Chapter 355. Wang Lin stood on the star compass and sensed the giant plant that the old man had turned into. He hesitated for a bit and decided not to disturb the old man anymore. Instead, he turned around and left. Along the way, he had been acting with propriety. He would only make a move if he wanted to protect himself. Now that he had cut off the old man's path of retreat, the old man must be extremely angry. Although this was the old man's weakest moment, Wang Lin knew that the difference between them was too great. If it wasn't for the star compass's speed, he would have already become the old man's talisman puppet. A 7-leaf shaman was equivalent to a soul transformation cultivator. No matter how weak he was, he would still have a way to kill him. Wang Lin didn't think he could kill him. Not long after he left, the old man opened his eyes. His eyes glowed red as he sensed Wang Lin's location. He sensed that Wang Lin was quickly flying away. He let out a snort and muttered to himself, "What a pity! This child is very cautious. If he came up, I would definitely be able to kill him." He pondered a bit and used the clan spirit to communicate with the outside world. The most terrifying thing about the void was that there was no exit. This place was not like the outside world, where one could tear open a crack. If there was no connection from the outside world, it would be like a maze and one would be trapped here forever. After a long time, the old man revealed a hint of anxiety. As for Wang Lin, he had long since thrown him to the back of his mind. Right now, his only thought was to use the clan spirit to communicate with his clan and have them tear open a crack in the outside world so that he could find his way back. Wang Lin flew for a long time on the star compass. The sense of danger behind him had disappeared, but he was still very cautious. After flying for a few more days, he finally slowed down. He looked at the dark void around him. His eyes were calm and he didn't show any signs of anxiety. He sat down on the star compass and pointed at his brow. The heaven-defying bead flew out. Shortly after, Wang Lin's spiritual energy moved and black lines appeared on his body again. However, there weren't many black lines this time, and only a few appeared above his neck. In these 8 months of flying, he had used the heaven-defying pearl to absorb the rune plant in his body many times. He had already absorbed more than half of the rune plant. At this moment, he let out a low groan as a look of pain appeared on his face. Slowly, the black tattoos on his neck started to move upwards. Finally, all the black tattoos gathered at the center of his brows. The strange plant appeared again, and the heaven-defying bead started to absorb it. After a long time, Wang Lin opened his eyes. He took a deep breath, looked behind him, and muttered to himself, "I finally got rid of all the tattoo plants. This forsaken immortal clan's curse is too strange. If I encounter it in the future, I must be careful." He raised his right hand and grabbed the heaven-defying bead. He looked at it and saw the 9 leaves on the heaven-defying bead. Half of the last leaf had fallen off. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a hint of joy. He touched the bead between his eyebrows and immediately disappeared. "I've gained a lot this time. The wood property of the heaven-defying bead is about to be completed. The most important thing right now is to find a way to leave this place." Wang Lin pondered a bit. When he cut off the old man's escape route, he already had a plan in mind. That was why he didn't hesitate to destroy the tattoo on the exit. If there was no outside force, it would be very difficult to leave the void. However, although Wang Lin was here, his original body was outside. He sat on the compass and silently sensed the existence of his original body. Country of Chu, in the valley outside the immortal graveyard, there was a ball of purple light thousands of kilometers below the ground. There was a cold-looking man sitting inside the purple light. He had red hair and his upper body was bare. His bronze skin was rough, and there were some small cracks on it. At the center of this person's eyebrows were 2 stars, in the shape of yin and yang, slowly rotating. At this moment, the man suddenly opened his eyes and a killing intent came from his eyes. He pondered a bit and then moved like lightning. He quickly rose from where he was sitting and arrived on the ground in the blink of an eye. He slapped his waist and put on a black robe. At this moment, he looked no different from a normal cultivator. This person stepped into the forest of the immortal graveyard. Under a giant tree, his right hand formed a fist and he punched the void. There was a series of cracking sounds and a rotating spatial rift with cracks on it appeared. After waiting for a bit, he shook his head and walked forward once more. Almost every 10 steps, he would punch the void, creating a spatial crack. This cycle continued until he moved faster and faster toward the inner part of the immortal graveyard. This person walked straight ahead. After a long time, he created thousands of spatial rifts and arrived at the entrance to the immortal graveyard. He looked down before turning around and walking in another direction. Every 10 steps, he would create spatial rift. Time slowly passed. His face didn't reveal any impatience. It was still the same. On the northern side of the immortal graveyard, the ground was covered in rotten leaves. As he walked, the ground rustled. After 10 steps, he was about to throw a punch when his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance and his eyes became cold. His body flashed and he disappeared. On the northern side of the immortal graveyard, a man and a woman were quickly flying. The woman had a beautiful figure and was wearing a white veil. The man was an old man wearing a green robe. As the two of them flew, the green-robed old man's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed the woman, and the two of them immediately retreated. At the instant they retreated, the ground they had been standing on suddenly rumbled, and cracks appeared on it. At the center of the crack stood a man with red hair and a cold expression. This was Wang Lin's original body. His original body coldly looked at the two of them and threw a punch with his right hand. The old man's expression changed greatly. He slapped his bag of holding and a magic treasure shaped like a mountain flew out. It quickly grew into a giant mountain and stood before the old man. The original body's eyes were calm as his fist landed on the mountain without any hesitation. Boom! With a loud bang, the mountain peak flickered with golden light. However, the golden light was useless and immediately collapsed. Even the huge mountain peak was instantly turned into crushed rocks and smashed towards the two of them. The old man's expression was gloomy as he pulled the white-veiled woman and retreated. The original body's fist was still clenched. He took a step forward and the ground he was standing on immediately shattered. His body flew out and he threw another punch. The green-robed old man opened his mouth and spat out a ray of white light. This white light turned into a flying sword. A cold light flashed on the flying sword, and there was even a purple line flashing within it. It was clearly a flying sword refined from the extremely hard and rare purple heart copper. The flying sword stabbed toward the original body's fist. The original body's expression was still calm as he let out a snort and collided with the flying sword. Crack! The flying sword didn't slow down at all. It shattered into countless pieces and disappeared. At the same time, the domain of a soul formation cultivator came out from the flying sword and entered the original body's body through the original body's fist. The original body's eyes lit up. As the god of luck, he didn't have a domain, but he did have an evil aura. His hair moved and a blood-red light flashed inside his body. The old man's domain became extremely weak and collapsed inside the original body. The original body's fist arrived once more. The old man's eyes revealed a hint of panic as he pulled the white-veiled woman and retreated once more. The original body continued to chase. "Fellow cultivator, we don't know each other. Why are you doing this?" The old man roared as he retreated once more. He was terrified by the original body's fist. Aside from the forsaken Immortal Clan's battle shaman, he had never encountered a cultivator with such an attack. Even magical treasures could be destroyed and spatial rifts would appear with each step. This made his heart jump. The original body let out a cold snort and moved even faster. He threw a punch, and a spell that seemed to bind the green-robed old man and the white-veiled woman appeared around them. The original body shouted, "Accept death!" The old man cursed in his heart. When he saw the white-veiled woman's expression of panic and despair, he clenched his teeth and shouted, "Miss, lend me your blade." The white-veiled woman immediately slapped her bag of holding, and a ray of white light appeared. The old man grabbed it, and it was a broken blade. After grabbing the blade, the old man bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the blade. At this moment, the original body's fist descended. Its target was the old man's head. The old man's heart trembled and he let out a roar. The broken blade in his hand flew out and blocked in front of him. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated through the air, and cracks immediately appeared on the broken blade. A corner of the blade even shattered with a loud bang and flew out. The old man clenched his teeth. His face was gloomy and filled with panic as he retreated once more. His speed was very fast, and he pulled the white-veiled woman out of the restriction. The white-veiled woman's voice was filled with panic as she quickly said, "Senior, please stop. Even if you want to kill the two of us, you have to give us a reason." The original body withdrew his fist and coldly looked at the two of them. At this moment, the surroundings became quiet. Aside from the sound of clothes being blown by the wind, there was no other sound. The old man's forehead was covered in sweat. He looked at the red-haired man in shock. He searched his memories but couldn't remember when he had offended this person. The original body coldly asked, "Where did the two of you come from?" The white-veiled woman was startled. She didn't have time to think and quickly said, "Junior is from the country of Zhou. I am passing by and want to go to the country of Chu." "Nonsense, you're courting death." The original body's eyes became cold. He looked at the two of them as if he was looking at dead people. He didn't move and his right foot kicked forward. A series of rumbling sounds echoed. The old man wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He let out a roar and controlled the broken blade in front of him. Boom! The broken blade collapsed. The old man's body turned into a meteor and fell from the sky. "Senior! There is no enmity between us, why must you kill me?" There were tears in the white-veiled woman's eyes. The original body's expression was cold as he looked at the white-veiled woman. Currently revising the second chapter, will update in a bit. Begging for monthly vote. I've never had more than 1,000 monthly vote. This month is the most promising. Chapter 356. The original body's expression was still cold as he slowly asked, "Where did the two of you come from?" The white-veiled woman's body trembled. She looked down at the old man and felt a sense of despair. She no longer dared to lie and softly said, "Junior came out of the immortal graveyard." The original body looked at the white-veiled woman and calmly said, "When you went to the immortal graveyard, there were 7 of you. Why are only the 2 of you coming out now?" The white-veiled woman's body trembled again. She looked at the red-haired man in shock. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. However, she was certain that she had never seen him before. The white-veiled woman bitterly said, "Junior has other difficulties. Follow me." The original body looked at the woman and then flew toward the immortal graveyard. The white-veiled woman hesitated for a bit before following. As for the old man, the original body didn't even look at him. That old man was only at the early stage of soul formation and didn't have any protective treasures, so he would die without a doubt. However, just at this moment, the original body suddenly exclaimed and looked down at where the old man had fallen. There, a broken and incomplete figure slowly stood up. Black gas surrounded his body, and within the black gas, a 5-leafed plant would occasionally appear. The old man coughed out blood inside the black gas. His face was filled with struggle, but his eyes were still clear. The original body only took one look and his face immediately became gloomy. He looked back at the white-veiled woman. Her face was pale and she was silent. "So that's how it is." The original body immediately understood why the two of them didn't die and were able to come out of the immortal graveyard. His original body raised his right hand and pointed with a finger, intending to kill the azure-robed old man. At this moment, the white-veiled woman immediately moved and arrived before the green-robed old man. She knelt on the ground and said softly, "Senior, there must be someone among the other 5 who knows you. Junior Jiju, if Senior wants to kill him, then kill Junior. I hope you won't make things difficult for him." The green-robed old man struggled to stand up and raised his head to look at his true body. He said, "If you want to kill me, then kill me. With my current state, I don't want to live anymore. Rather than becoming someone else's talisman puppet, why don't I die in Senior's hands?" His original body's eyes lit up as he looked at the two of them. He grabbed them and flew toward the center of the immortal graveyard. Along the way, the injuries on the old man's body slowly healed, and the black gas slowly dissipated. However, the image of the plant would occasionally flash on his forehead. The white-veiled woman fell silent and closed her eyes. Soon, his main body arrived at the center of the immortal forsaken forest, where the huge crater was. After landing, his main body punched the crater and a black spatial crack appeared. He flicked his finger and 2 drops of blood fell between the eyebrows of the old man and the white-veiled woman. Then he waved his hand and the two of them were thrown into the spatial crack. "Search inside. If you can find Wang Lin, I'll spare your lives." The original body's voice echoed in the two's ears before the spatial crack disappeared. The original body sat down outside the crater and remained silent. He couldn't enter the spatial crack. Otherwise, there would be no way for Wang Lin to escape from the outside. Once he entered, Wang Lin would never be able to escape. However, if he didn't go in, it would be too difficult to find him. This was why he didn't kill the two of them and left a mark in their bodies so they could search for him. In the void, Wang Lin was sitting on the star compass. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, "So that's how it is." His eyes became cold as he stood up and controlled the star compass to fly. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to search for the 2 people that had entered the void. Time slowly passed. On this day, as Wang Lin was controlling the compass to fly, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly moved forward. Soon, he saw 2 people flying not far away. It was the old man and the white-veiled woman. The 2 of them were in a very sorry state and their auras were very weak. When the 2 of them saw Wang Lin, they revealed complicated expressions. The white-veiled woman wanted to say something, but after opening her mouth, she let out a sigh and didn't say anything. Wang Lin coldly looked at the 2 of them and then flew toward them. He waved his hand and 2 drops of blood flew out from between their eyebrows and into Wang Lin's hand. The white-veiled woman hesitated for a bit and whispered, "Senior." Wang Lin completely ignored the 2 of them. After grabbing the drops of blood, he waved his right hand and the star compass flew into his hand. He put it into his bag of holding. Just at this moment, his original body, which was sitting outside the hole, suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes revealed a hint of intelligence as he punched the void, causing a circular spatial rift to appear. The spatial rift appeared right before Wang Lin. When Wang Lin saw the spatial rift, he wasn't surprised at all and walked in. From beginning to end, he didn't say a word to the 2 of them. After Wang Lin stepped into the spatial rift, it disappeared, leaving the 2 of them to fend for themselves. After appearing outside the hole and feeling the sunlight on his body, Wang Lin took a deep breath. The feeling of surviving a calamity filled his heart. He lowered his head to look at the crater beneath him, then disappeared. His true self disappeared with him. Wang Lin flew out from the immortal graveyard and stopped outside the valley. He took out the pagoda and closed his eyes. His original body sat across from him and also began to cultivate. One day later, Wang Lin and his original body opened their eyes at the same time. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and took out the reincarnation fruit. He looked at the fruit and began to ponder. Compared to the demand for this fruit, his original body was the most suitable. Unfortunately, there is only one. Wang Lin threw the fruit into his original body's hand. His original body crushed the fruit and a thick, golden liquid flowed out. There wasn't much of the liquid, but when the liquid touched his original body's skin, it immediately drilled into the cracks on his original body's skin and began to spread. At this moment, it was as if his original body was covered in a golden net. The cracks on his body weren't strange at first, but now they were emitting a golden light. The golden light slowly became brighter and brighter until it entered his original body through the cracks and disappeared. From beginning to end, his original body's expression didn't change at all. After a long time, a ray of golden light flashed through his eyes. All the meridians in his body had disappeared and the speed at which he absorbed spiritual energy increased several-fold. At this moment, his original body could be considered a true member of the ancient god clan. As for the reincarnation fruit, it had already disappeared. His original body stood up, took a step, and disappeared into the ground. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slapped his bag of holding. Pieces of reincarnation wood appeared before him. He picked up a piece and began to carve the passage of time. Time slowly passed like the passage of time. Inside the Zhou family village, Zhou Ru was already 3 years old. She was very beautiful, but at 3 years old, she never spoke. For this matter, her parents invited many doctors and took many medicines, but in the end, it was still the same. Little Zhou Ru's personality was very quiet. She never played with the other children in the village. Instead, she often sat in the yard and looked at the sky with confusion in her eyes. Zhou Ru's father, a middle-aged man with rough hands, was sitting in the yard. He looked at his daughter and sighed. For his daughter, he had bought a lot of ginseng and found many doctors. Unfortunately, this child still didn't speak. Could it be that she was really mute? Zhou Ru's father secretly sighed. On this day, an old man wearing a Taoist robe came to the Zhou family village. Some of the elders in the village immediately came out to greet him. They also ordered all the children under the age of 6 to come here. Not long after, a total of 19 children under the age of 6 were accompanied by their parents to the center of the village. Zhou Ru's parents were also among them. Zhou Ru's big eyes looked around in confusion. She was a bit scared and tightly grabbed the corner of her mother's clothes. The woman squatted down and softly comforted her daughter. Then she looked up and whispered to her husband, "Ru is too young. I think we should just forget about it." Zhou Ru's father shook his head and said, "Let's try. If she is really chosen, she will be rich in the future." The woman bit her lower lip and didn't say anything. The old man in the Taoist robe had an arrogant expression and faintly revealed a trace of impatience. He had already gone to several villages, but he hadn't seen a single child with a spirit root. If it wasn't for the rule that every 6 years, all the disciples had to go down to find someone with a spirit root, he wouldn't have left the mountain. He had been to the Zhou family village 6 years ago and 12 years ago, but he hadn't found a child with a spirit root. 6 years ago, I found a child with a spirit root in the Lu family village. I wonder if I can find another child with a spirit root this time. If I can find another one, then I can get another 3 mid-quality spirit stones. The old man secretly thought to himself. He looked at the children one by one and frowned. The disappointment in his eyes became more and more intense. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and landed on Zhou Ru. He was immediately stunned. His body moved and in a few steps, he arrived next to Zhou Ru. He touched her forehead with his right hand and suddenly revealed a look of ecstasy. This, born with spirit force, 100 opened meridians, and a body covered in purple light. Good. The old man stared at Zhou Ru. What he saw in his eyes wasn't a child, but a sparkling high-quality spirit stone. Although the sect he was in was small, It was attached to the Cloud Sky sect, and had some spirit stones. Although the sect master was usually stingy, the rewards for finding a talented disciple were very generous. The old man laughed and said to the other elders in the village, "I want this child." Zhou Ru's eyes revealed a look of panic. She tightly grabbed onto her mother's clothes and her face turned pale. "It's already the end of the month. Why are you still keeping your monthly tickets? Give them to me." Chapter 357. The woman's face was filled with reluctance. She hugged Zhou Ru and looked at her husband with pleading eyes. Zhou Ru's father pondered for a bit and whispered, "Taoist, this Haizi Tian is mute." "It's fine." The old man flicked his right hand. Zhou Ru's mother immediately trembled and took a few steps back. The old man grabbed Zhou Ru and smiled. "All right, come with me." Zhou Ru revealed an expression of fear. Her body trembled and tears flowed down. She was only a 3-year-old child, so her heart was filled with fear. Zhou Ru's father clenched his teeth. Just as he was about to speak, the old man suddenly frowned. He turned his head and coldly said, "To have your child chosen is your fortune. Don't be noisy." At this moment, some of the elders in the village quickly went up to comfort Zhou Ru's parents. The old man lightly snorted and said, "I'm not stealing your child, I'm just giving her a great fortune. You two will meet again in the future." With that, his body moved and he carried Zhou Ru as he strode toward the village entrance. Zhou Ru panicked and immediately began to cry. Her voice was filled with fear. "Dad! Mom!" A young voice suddenly came out from her mouth. The old man was startled and laughed. "So she's not a mute. That's even better." "Ru-er." The woman's tears flowed down. Just as she was about to catch up, she was stopped by Zhou Ru's father. He stared in the direction the old man disappeared and whispered, "To be chosen is her fortune." The old man left the village entrance and became more and more excited as he looked at Zhou Ru. He muttered to himself, "A high-quality spirit stone. Haha, with this high-quality spirit stone, I can break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Little girl, the old man will not mistreat you. When you grow up, the old man will accept you as his disciple." Just as he was about to throw out his flying sword and return to the sect, Zhou Ru suddenly bit his arm. She was only a 3-year-old child, so how much strength could she have? However, the old man frowned and snorted, "You little girl, you don't know how to appreciate favors." With that, he waved his left hand and was about to slap Zhou Ru. He wanted to teach this child a lesson so that she wouldn't cry along the way as if he was stealing a child. "How dare you!" The old man had just raised his hand when he suddenly felt a chill run through his body. Cold sweat poured down his back. A white-robed youth had appeared in front of him. The old man quickly put Zhou Ru down and said respectfully, "Senior, this junior." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Wang Lin flicked his sleeve and the old man's body was immediately blown away by a gust of wind, disappearing into the distance. Wang Lin stared at Zhou Ru. A year ago, he had Tai Yen return to the Cloud Sky sect, and he would personally protect Zhou Ru. He had seen everything that had happened today. He originally wanted to act, but after pondering for a bit, he stopped. He waited for the old man to take Zhou Ru away from her parents before he left. The fear in Zhou Ru's eyes disappeared as she looked at Wang Lin. In its place was a deep sense of confusion. "Uncle, uncle," Zhou Ru said in a crisp voice. "Uncle." Wang Lin let out a sigh and softly said, "Come with uncle, okay?" The confusion in Zhou Ru's eyes became even stronger. She looked at Wang Lin. She didn't know why, but this uncle before her made her feel very attached to him. She nodded her head. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a complicated expression. He held little Zhou Ru and waved his hand. A ray of light surrounded her as if he was afraid that the cold wind would freeze her. He jumped up and slowly disappeared over the horizon with Zhou Ru in his arms. Under the celestial jade pagoda, Wang Lin appeared with Zhou Ru in his arms. Next to them was a stone house. It looked exactly the same as before. Wang Lin put down Zhou Ru and softly said, "We're home." Zhou Ru quietly nodded. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around, but she didn't touch anything. She just stood next to Wang Lin. No matter where Wang Lin went, she followed closely behind him. Even when Wang Lin was meditating, she would quietly sit to the side with a trace of confusion in her eyes. That night, Zhou Ru fell asleep. Wang Lin sat on the side of the bed and looked at her sleeping face. He softly said, "Wan Er, your nascent soul is not stable right now, so you can't recover your memories. Wait until you're 19, then you will naturally recover." As he looked at Zhou Ru, the scenes of him and Li Muan flashed through his mind. With a sigh, Wang Lin covered Zhou Ru with a blanket, then he got up and walked out. Zhou Ru wasn't like him. She only needed to meditate to replenish her body's need. She was like a 3-year-old child. Food was the best thing for the body to grow. Wang Lin used magic to build a kitchen outside the stone house. He, who hadn't cooked for 500 years, went out and bought a large amount of food. Then he personally cooked porridge for Zhou Ru. Early in the morning, Zhou Ru opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was Wang Lin sitting to the side. She rested her chin on her hand and quietly looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin opened his eyes and rubbed Zhou Ru's head. He smiled and asked, "Are you hungry?" Zhou Ru nodded. Wang Lin waved his right hand and a bowl of porridge appeared in his hand. He fed it to Zhou Ru. Zhou Ru's eyes widened and she said, "Uncle, how can this bowl fly?" Wang Lin faintly smiled. He didn't say anything. Instead, he closed his eyes and sat down to meditate. Time slowly passed. Wang Lin immersed himself in this kind of life. Every day, he watched Zhou Ru slowly grow up. The feeling of turning into a mortal gradually rose up in his heart. It was a sense of peace, a sense of calmness. Late at night, Wang Lin was meditating when a cry of alarm came from within the stone house. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he immediately rushed into the room. He saw little Ru Er lying on the bed. She had kicked the blanket to the side. Her small hands were tightly clenched, and there was a look of struggle on her face. "Uncle, save me, Uncle, Dad, Mom." Wang Lin's right hand pressed between Zhou Ru's eyebrows and he slowly sent some spiritual energy into her. Slowly, Zhou Ru calmed down and opened her eyes. Her eyes were like stars. After seeing Wang Lin, she immediately began to cry. Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. So she had a dream. In the dream, she was in a place of darkness. She couldn't see anything. Her father and mother were far away, and her uncle had also left. She was alone. Take this. In the future, if you run into something like that, just shake this bell. Wang Lin took out a bell from his bag of holding and placed it in her hand. This bell was from Qiu Siping. After studying it for a while, Wang Lin found that this pair of bells was exactly the same as the ancient cultivator bell magical treasure he had in the past. After studying the 3 bells, he was able to see a few seals and methods to use them. After testing them out, Wang Lin was very satisfied with their power. Even more valuable was that there was a strange connection between the 3 bells. As long as one held the bells, no matter where they were, they would be able to clearly sense them. In addition, Wang Lin also found something else in Qiu Siping's bag of holding. It was a sword sheath. The moment he saw the sword sheath, Wang Lin immediately took out his own 3 sword sheaths. In comparison, the 4 sword sheaths were exactly the same. The only difference was the pattern. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Zhou Ru was now 5 years old. During these 2 years, Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Zhou Ru was no longer as quiet as she used to be. Instead, she became a bit naughty. Sometimes, when Wang Lin wasn't around, she would take out the bell and play with it. As long as the bell shook, Wang Lin would appear beside her. Wang Lin felt helpless about her behavior, but he didn't say anything. However, Zhou Ru was smart. After a few times, she stopped shaking the bell. Instead, she kept the bell close to her chest like it was a precious treasure. During these 2 years, Wang Lin brought her back to visit his parents once, but that was only after his parents had gone to bed. One day, Wang Lin was sitting cross-legged outside the stone house. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhou Ru tiptoeing out of the pagoda with a bowl of porridge in her hand. When she saw Wang Lin, she stuck out her tongue and ran up to him. "Uncle, uncle, I just saw Sister Goddess again. But she still doesn't eat." When Zhou Ru was 4 years old, she sneaked up to the white-clothed female corpse on top of the pagoda to take a look. Ever since then, she had been thinking about it. Sometimes, she would go up and look at the white-clothed female corpse without feeling afraid. There was even one time when she brought the porridge that Wang Lin cooked for her up there to feed the female corpse. Wang Lin didn't know whether to laugh or cry about this, but he couldn't bear to scold her. After all, Zhou Ru was still young, so he let her do everything. However, he seriously explained to Zhou Ru about feeding the female corpse porridge. In the end, Zhou Ru still didn't understand why the white-clothed sister always slept and didn't eat. "Your sister goddess doesn't eat. Don't always bring her porridge in the future," Wang Lin said helplessly. He felt that things were a bit messy. Zhou Ru actually called the female corpse Sister Goddess and called him uncle. If one day Zhou Yi returned from Daluo planet and heard this, what kind of expression would he have? "Then isn't she hungry? If I don't eat for a day, I'll feel hungry." Little Zhou Ru widened her eyes and asked in confusion. "Then," she said, "I'll put the porridge next to my sister. She can eat it when she wakes up." "Uncle, you don't have to worry about me." Wang Lin smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. He looked into the distance and said, "Little Ru enter the pagoda. And are the bad guys here again? They're so annoying. They always come." Zhou Ru nodded obediently. She took the porridge bowl and returned to the pagoda. A year ago, cultivators from other countries came one after another. They wanted to challenge Xingniu. Wang Lin didn't care about these people at first. Once the pagoda's intent realm was activated, these people couldn't enter at all. However, after that, these people not only didn't know when to retreat, but they also became more impudent. Although they couldn't enter, they occupied the surrounding mountains and brazenly peeped inside while waving their magic treasures. One night, Zhou Ru was sleeping and was woken up by the sound of magic treasures. She was so scared that she cried. At that time, Wang Lin's body flashed and he walked out. When he returned, there were 7 bloody heads outside the valley. From then on, every night there wouldn't be any sound outside. However, there were still many challengers. There were even some famous soul formation cultivators. After killing people, Wang Lin didn't show mercy to the challengers. He killed one after another. Gradually, the number of challengers decreased. However, there would still be some occasionally. "Xingniu, I'm Liao Fan from Shuiyu. I want the remaining treasure of the feather fan." An extremely cold voice slowly came from the valley. "Tomorrow, I'll go to the country of Rosefinch and start the Rosefinch chapter. I want votes." Chapter 358. Country of Shuiyu. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he walked forward. After a few steps, he exited the valley. He saw a young man standing outside the valley. He was wearing a green robe. Although his appearance was ordinary, he gave off a cold aura. This person's eyes were very bright and his skin was as clear as ice. He casually stood there, but it was as if a cold wind had blown by and swept away all the warmth within 100 feet. After seeing Wang Lin come out, this person's eyes became cold. He clasped his hands and said, "Xingniu, hand over the feather fan." Wang Lin looked at this young man. This person's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of soul formation. Liao Fan slapped his bag of holding and 2 feathers appeared in his hand. He waved his hand and the feathers turned into a ray of light. They pierced into the side of the valley and the exposed parts trembled slightly. The young man's body moved and he charged toward the side of the cliff. Wang Lin's right hand touched his bag of holding and 2 bells appeared in his hand. He shook them and a crisp sound echoed. The sound waves spread out in all directions. Liao Fan let out a snort. His right hand formed a seal and pointed to his side. There was a flash of white light and sharp ice blades silently appeared. He waved his hand and the ice blades whistled through the air toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a laugh. Instead of retreating, he charged forward and threw the 2 bells in his hand. The 2 bells suddenly grew in size and a series of ringing sounds came from them. Suddenly, the ice blades began to crack and dissipate before they even got close. Even the walls of the valley began to crack due to the sound waves from the bells. Liao Fan's expression was calm. He had long heard of how powerful this Xingyo was. He wasn't here for the feather fan's treasure, but to investigate. His body landed on the ground and his hand formed a seal. His eyes became cold and he suddenly pushed forward. Bursts of white light came from his body and with this push, the white light came out of his body and formed a giant shadow. This shadow wasn't the snow celestial or ice celestial that Wang Lin was familiar with, but an old man sitting in the lotus position. After the old man's shadow appeared, he immediately opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. His right hand formed a seal, and he placed a seal on the 2 bells. The 2 bells began to spin and collide with each other. This was another method that Wang Lin found after studying this treasure. The sound from the spinning and colliding of the bells became even louder. Liao Fan's body involuntarily retreated a few feet before he stabilized himself. He stared at the bells and softly said, "Kill!" The old man's shadow immediately raised his hand and pointed at Wang Lin. The shadow immediately shrank and turned into an illusory aura that stabbed at Wang Lin. It moved as fast as lightning. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in the air. However, the illusory aura that the shadow had turned into seemed to have a mind of its own. It bent down and rose from the ground. "Xingyo, if this is all you've got, then prepare to die today." Liao Fan stared at Wang Lin and sneered. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a copper bell. There were 12 numbers on the copper bell, each representing the 12 months of the Suzaku. Below each month, there were countless small symbols that represented each day of the 12th month. He slapped the copper bell with his left hand and it began to slowly spin. The number representing the 8th month began to emit a green glow, and the next symbol began to flash. Today is the 9th day of the 8th month. Xingyo, this is the day you die. After saying this, Liao Fan threw the copper bell into the air. Immediately, a giant ghostly claw appeared from the bell, and 2 rays of golden light flickered inside the claw. Wang Lin's expression remained the same. He formed a hand seal with his right hand and pointed at the bell. Immediately, the 2 spinning bells collided with each other and shattered. Countless fragments flew into the air and circled around Wang Lin. Wang Lin softly said, "Armor." The fragments immediately wrapped around Wang Lin's body and formed a shiny, green armor. On the armor was the image of 2 bells. Facing the illusory aura of the old man, Wang Lin didn't dodge. He allowed the illusory aura to pierce into his armor. Suddenly, countless ripples appeared on the armor. With a shake, the illusory aura weakened. With another shake, the illusory aura disappeared. This sound wave spiritual armor is indeed effective. Wang Lin smiled and glanced at Liao Fan. At this moment, the ghostly claw formed by the copper bell was about to reach him. Wang Lin let out a cold harumph and slapped his bag of holding. The celestial sword appeared in his hand and slashed forward. The ghostly claw immediately shattered, and the copper bell emitted a cracking sound as a crack appeared on it. Liao Fan, who was behind him, also had blood spurting out from his chest. He took a few steps back and placed his right hand on his chest. His face was pale, but his eyes were filled with a hint of success as he let out a wild laugh. Sing Nyo Dai. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, a roar came from the crack on the copper bell. Following this, more cracks appeared on the surface of the bell, and a withered arm reached out from the crack. With a shake, the entire copper bell shattered into pieces. The only thing left was a cloud of black smoke flickering in the air like a flame. Wang Lin performed a hand seal with his right hand and waved it forward. Immediately, a strange gust of wind swept forward and blew the black smoke 3 feet away, revealing its insides. A withered, severed arm floated in the air. The black aura was coming from this arm. Wang Lin's eyes flickered as he slashed forward with the celestial sword again. With a bang, the black smoke on the arm floated forward and blocked the arm. However, the sword ray penetrated the black smoke and landed on the arm. Immediately, a wound appeared on the arm and a roar came from it. Following this, a large amount of black smoke was emitted from the wound. The black smoke wriggled in a strange manner and took the shape of a human. It was a humanoid figure made of black smoke with an indistinct face. Only 2 glows could be seen where the person's eyes should be. Wang Lin's expression was serious. This Liao Fan was one of the few enemies he had encountered. Although he was a mid-stage soul formation cultivator, he had an endless supply of magical treasures. This kind of cultivator was extremely difficult to deal with. The humanoid figure made of black smoke opened its mouth and let out a roar. Its body moved and charged toward Wang Lin. Its speed was extremely fast. Before its body even arrived, a powerful cold aura immediately spread out. A sense of danger immediately rose in Wang Lin's heart. The grass outside of the valley immediately turned into ice crystals. When the wind blew, the ice crystals immediately turned into dark blue powder. Even the surrounding cliffs of the valley were immediately covered by thin blue ice due to the impact of the yin qi. This kind of cold was several times stronger than ice and snow. The aura surged like crazy and suddenly surrounded Wang Lin. The cold aura entered his body, and even his blood was about to freeze. The moment Wang Lin sensed this aura, he was shocked. His eyes immediately lit up. This aura was extremely familiar to him. It was clearly the same cold aura that came from cultivating the underworld ascension technique. However, the cold aura emitted by his opponent was many times stronger than what he cultivated. Only when Situ Nan used his body to cultivate the cold aura could it compare to. His body immediately retreated. At the same time, his right hand formed a seal and pointed forward. Immediately, the ice flame that he hadn't used for a long time, the underworld ascension technique, suddenly shot out from the tip of his finger. This was a dark blue flame. What it emitted was not heat but frost. The moment the ice flame appeared, the cold aura that invaded Wang Lin's body immediately dissipated. Even the cold aura around him immediately turned into strands of black gas and was absorbed by the ice flame. The figure formed by the black gas immediately stopped. Its eyes flashed as it stared at the ice flame. A hoarse voice came out of its mouth. Underworld ice flame. Even the underworld path left by the old man's grand disciple cannot cultivate such a pure ice flame. Where did you obtain the underworld ascension technique? Wang Lin's body immediately retreated. After a few steps, he retreated into the range of the pagoda in the valley and stopped. Who are you? When Wang Lin heard the voice from the black gas, even with his 500 years of cultivation, he couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of shock was something he had never experienced before. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. This voice, he was too familiar with it. No matter where you got it, you will die today. The old man, Situ Nan. As the black gas figure spoke, it quickly closed in and charged into the range of the pagoda. Its right hand swept toward Wang Lin's head. Wang Lin suppressed the monstrous shock in his heart and shouted, "Retreat!" Zhou Yi's ascendant cultivation immediately sent out a message from the pagoda. The black gas figure suddenly stopped 3 inches away from Wang Lin, as if it was hit by a powerful force. It let out an unwilling roar and threw its body out of the valley. As he did, the black chi around him dissipated, leaving behind only his severed arm. He grabbed Liao Fan, who was staring at the scene in shock, and then disappeared from the valley. Wang Lin stared at the figure disappearing into the distance and muttered to himself, "Situ Nan? Impossible, how could this be?" His mind was in chaos. He waved his right hand to put away the feather and returned to the valley in a daze. He sat under the pagoda and looked up at the sky. Scenes from when he was with Situ Nan flashed through his mind. Situ Nan. He said he was Situ Nan. Zhou Ru poked her head out from the pagoda. After looking at Wang Lin, she obediently walked out and sat across from Wang Lin. In the past few years, she had never seen this uncle with such an expression. It was as if he was confused, but also as if he was reminiscing. After sitting for a while, Zhou Ru stood up. She looked around and quietly ran to the kitchen. When she came out, she had a big bowl filled with porridge. She went around Wang Lin, entered the pagoda, and immediately cheered, Uncle won't let me feed big sister Xinxian, so I'll secretly feed her. The monthly votes have exceeded 1,000. Fellow cultivators are too powerful. Thank you for fulfilling my wish until the end of the month. Also, don't stop the vote. I want to know what the limit of the last month of the Renegade Immortal Year 2009 is. If I can reach 1,300 votes, there will only be a few days left until the end of the month. Chapter 359. Situ. Wang Lin's eyes focused as he pointed at his brow. Immediately, his body turned into a rainbow color and disappeared. Inside the heaven-defying bead, the strange glowing objects were still the same. Wang Lin didn't even look at them as he walked forward. Not long after, he arrived at where Situ Nan's nascent soul was. Beside Situ Nan's nascent soul, his parents' souls emitted a gentle light. This calmed Wang Lin's heart. He first kowtowed to his parents' souls and looked at them for a long time. Then, he looked at Situ Nan's nascent soul. Situ Nan was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body wasn't as dim as before, but it wasn't much better. At most, it could be said that he had recovered a bit. Wang Lin looked at Situ Nan and muttered to himself, Situ Nan's nascent soul is here. Then why did that person say he was Situ Nan? Could it be someone with the same name? But if that's the case, why did that person also use the underworld ascension technique? Wang Lin pondered for a while. Then, his eyes focused. Situ Nan once said that he fought with a few cultivators who weren't from Suzaku for the heaven-defying bead. In the end, his body was destroyed and he had no choice but to give it up. His nascent soul entered the heaven-defying bead and escaped the calamity. Wang Lin's eyes became brighter and brighter. He thought about the broken arm he saw. The black gas came from the broken arm, and the person who called himself Situ Nan also came from the broken arm. Could it be that Situ Nan's body was taken and refined by someone and a trace of divine sense was produced? Wang Lin made a bold guess, but he wasn't sure. After a long time, he let out a sigh. He looked at Situ Nan's nascent soul and bitterly smiled. Senior Situ, if that really is your broken arm, then I kind of believe what you told me before about you being the #1 cultivator in Suzaku. Wang Lin shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he had never believed Situ Nan's words. The more he cultivated, the stronger this thought became. The #1 expert of Suzaku was the owner of the title Rosefinch. Unless Situ Nan was Rosefinch back then, there was no way he could be the #1 expert. Moreover, Situ Nan had been in the heaven-defying bead for countless years. Even if he really was the #1 expert in the past, now that so many years had passed, he might not be as strong anymore. After a moment of silence, Wang Lin sighed again and walked out of the heaven-defying bead. Shuiyu. In the shrine of ice, in a palace completely made of ice crystals, An extremely ordinary-looking middle-aged man sat on a chair. In front of him was a dark red tea set. Below him stood two people, one male and one female. Both of them had white hair, and they stood there unmoving. The middle-aged man picked up a bamboo tube and gently poured some tea leaves into it. His right hand picked up a block of ice and placed it into the teapot. With a tap, the ice immediately melted and began to boil. A bitter smell immediately rose from the teapot and filled the entire hall. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot and poured away all the water inside. Then he took out another block of ice and began to boil. This time, a strange fragrance rose and immediately washed away the bitterness in the hall. The entire hall was enveloped in this fragrance. Even outside the hall, the fragrance didn't disperse. Even if you smell the heavenly imperial feather every day, you won't get tired of it. Unfortunately, there is too little of this tea. I only occasionally received some from Rosefinch. You two are quite lucky. Come and have a taste. The middle-aged man picked up the teapot and poured 3 cups. There were only 3 cups of tea left in the teapot. The two people below quickly picked up a cup and carefully tasted it. However, the old woman was absent-minded. She didn't care that it was hot and drank it all in one gulp. She stared at the middle-aged man and said, "Sect leader, the tea has been finished. Please kill Tsing-Yo." The middle-aged man's heart ached as he watched the old woman ruin the tea. He sighed and said, "That Tsing-Yo is only a small character. If it wasn't for the fact that Mount Suzaku sent a message to not let anyone touch him, someone would have already taken his life." The old woman raised her head and said, "But he dared to cut off Red Butterfly's arm. Red Butterfly is the hope of Shuiyu. Sect leader, don't forget that the reason you were able to reach the soul transformation stage was because of Red Butterfly." As for the old man next to her, he lowered his head and drank his tea without saying a word. The middle-aged man's eyes became cold. He stared at the old woman and slowly said, "I won't forget, but I don't need you to remind me." The old woman remained silent. After a long time she said, "Sect leader, please do something." The middle-aged man picked up the cup, took a sip and said, "This Tsing-Yo has a thunder-toed beast, a pair of bells, a small flag that can transform into countless restrictions, and an indestructible flying sword. In addition, according to Liao Fan's latest news, this Tsing-Yo has also mastered the cultivation method of the Yellow Springs path. These are all secondary. The most important thing is that this Tsing-Yo has an item in his hand. Although it's just a small flag, it has an aura that can destroy everything." The old woman was startled. Her eyes lit up and she said, "So the sect leader has been investigating this person." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "How could I not pay attention to someone who was chosen by Rosefinch and challenged to fight against Red Butterfly? The name of Rosefinch will belong to Red Butterfly in the future. How could I let others destroy it? I sent Liao Fan with my treasure to investigate and he found out a few things." The old woman respectfully lowered her head and no longer spoke. The middle-aged man took another sip of tea and slowly said, "However, now is not the time to kill him. We have to wait until after his battle with Red Butterfly. At that time, no matter if he wins or loses, I will personally kill him. Also, this person is very good at escaping. My friend in the Giant Demon Clan sent me news that the Giant Demon Clan star compass is in his hands. With this plate, Tsing-Yo will be able to tear space and enter the void. Aside from late soul transformation cultivators, no one will be able to catch him." The middle-aged man took another sip of tea and slowly said. The old woman frowned. She raised her head and asked, "What does the sect leader mean?" The middle-aged man calmly said, "If we want to kill him, we must succeed in one go. If I make a move, he will definitely escape. Once I make a move, I will first set up a formation to prevent him from tearing open space. Then, I will ask the Giant Demon Clan to help. That way, with 2 soul transformation cultivators, no matter how powerful this person is, A mere soul formation cultivator will be able to easily kill him. If I don't make a move, then I must succeed," the middle-aged man calmly said. The respect on the old woman's face became even stronger. At this moment, the old man put down his teacup and smiled. "A mere mid-stage soul formation cultivator. Aren't we making a big deal out of nothing?" The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, "Do you know what his domain is?" The middle-aged man revealed a hint of regret. According to the information from Red Butterfly, this person's domain is the comprehension of life and death under the cycle of reincarnation. To be able to comprehend such a domain, even a soul formation cultivator cannot be underestimated. The old woman pondered and let out a sigh in her heart. In truth, the reason she strongly advocated killing this Tsing Nyo was because she read Red Butterfly's divination. She was worried that this calamity would fall on Tsing Nyo. Spring passed and autumn came. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Zhou was already 10 years old. The little girl was becoming more and more slender and elegant, but her temperament was becoming wilder and wilder. She had long lost interest in feeding the white-clothed female corpse porridge in the pagoda. Although she would occasionally think about it, she no longer fed it. The surrounding mountains were filled with her footprints. Although she was still young, she was very brave. The tigers and wild beasts in the mountains were often harassed by her. Of course, with her ability, she couldn't threaten the tigers and wild beasts. Tai Yen came to the valley 4 years ago. He was at the final stage of the soul formation stage, but he was stuck at the cloud sky sect. Thus, he gave up everything and followed Wang Lin. With him by her side, little Zhou became more arrogant and had a lot of fun playing every day. In these 5 years, Wang Lin consolidated the spiritual energy in his body and finally reached the mid-stage of the soul formation stage. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward. Wang Lin knew that he had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation. If he couldn't break through, then his cultivation would be stuck for the rest of his life. In these 5 years, there were fewer and fewer challengers, but Tsing Nyo's fame became more and more famous. He became a popular topic of discussion among the cultivators. Today was the 10-year deadline that he made with the country of Rosefinch. Today was the day of the battle with Red Butterfly. Half a year ago, a cultivator from the country of Rosefinch was ordered to come here and set up a transfer array. This array could only be used once, but it only took an instant to cross the Suzaku River and enter the country of Rosefinch. Feng Yushan respectfully stood outside the valley. 10 days ago, he brought the battle invitation to Wang Lin to fulfill the agreement from 10 years ago. In these 10 days, Wang Lin was still thinking about whether he should go or not. The country of Rosefinch didn't pursue the matter from back then. In Wang Lin's eyes, there was something fishy about this. After analyzing it, he concluded that the country of Rosefinch wanted to accept him as a core disciple, just like Red Butterfly did back then. This was why there was this battle. Not only would the old monsters from the country of Rosefinch see it, but the entire country of Suzaku would also know about it. After all, Red Butterfly's fame was too great. Because of Red Butterfly, the 4-sect alliance was destroyed and Shui Yu was raised to rank 5. This kind of thing had never happened in the history of the country of Rosefinch. Because of this, Red Butterfly's name was known by most cultivators, and Tsing Nyo's fame came from stepping on Red Butterfly's back. Because of this, he became even more famous. Now, the battle between the two of them had become the focus of all the cultivators of Suzaku. The winner of this battle would definitely receive a great opportunity. Almost everyone knew about this. How could Wang Lin not understand? He knew that the old monsters from the country of Rosefinch wanted to see who would be the winner between the two of them. If he had reached the soul transformation stage or the late stage of soul formation, even if he cut off one of Red Butterfly's arms, he wouldn't be able to escape death. However, he was only at the early stage of soul formation. Cutting off one of Red Butterfly's arms would definitely attract the attention of some big shot. That was why there was a buffer of 10 years. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he had an idea in his heart. The first update arrived, the third update will come later. AirGen's target is 1,300 vote. In the last 5 days of 2009, let's make AirGen crazy. Chapter 360. Zhou Ru was riding on a black striped tiger. She held a small willow branch in her hand and peeked at Wang Lin while patting the tiger's head. The tiger didn't dare to show its might. It lowered its head and paced back and forth in the valley. "Little White, look up." Zhou Ru glared at it. The tiger immediately growled and obediently raised its head from the ladle. "Lower your head." The tiger quickly lowered its head. "Look up." After repeating this more than 10 times, the tiger still obeyed. It had long gotten used to this kind of life. It only hoped that the little ancestor on its back would be happy and let it go, just like how the black bear was released into the forest a while ago. It did not dare to resist. Not to mention the young man, just the old man meditating not far away was already an existence that it could not afford to provoke. It was not an ordinary tiger, but a tiger spirit that had cultivated for many years. Naturally, it could feel the terrifying aura from the old man's body. On the other hand, the young man didn't have any aura and was like a mortal. However, it didn't dare to provoke this person. A few days ago, it saw with its own eyes a few cultivators who were even more powerful than the old man treat this young man with respect. As a result, with its tiger head, it naturally knew that this person couldn't be provoked. Therefore, no matter how difficult the little ancestor on its back was, it would still do as it was told. In fact, it actually felt lucky. After all, it had seen how miserable the black bear was when it was taught a lesson by this little ancestor. It had never seen a black bear that could walk upside down, nor had it seen a black bear that could pick up chopsticks to eat. Not to mention that the bear's huge claws could even scratch people's backs. Every time it thought of this scene, it couldn't help but shiver. It was even more afraid of the little ancestor on its back. It believed that it was a noble tiger spirit, so it would never do such a thing. However, it was still acceptable for it to lower its head and raise its head. Wang Lin sat cross-legged under the pagoda and looked at the tiger that seemed to be extremely wronged. He smiled. This tiger had cultivated for more than 300 years, but it was different from cultivators. Its cultivation level was only around the foundational stage. After Zhou Ru saw it, she immediately asked Tai Yan to catch it and named it Little White. From outside the valley, Feng Yushan's voice could be heard. "Fellow Taoist Sing Yo, the 10-year agreement is up. I, Feng, am here on the orders of Mount Rosefinch to deliver the letter of challenge." Wang Lin's gaze shifted from Zhou Ru to the outside of the valley. After a while, he rose to his feet. Tai Yan. Tai Yan woke up from his meditation and immediately stood up, respectfully walking in front of Wang Lin. "I'm going to the kingdom of Rosefinch. I don't know when I'll be gone, but I'll be back in at most 8 years. While I'm gone, please take care of little Ru for me." Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru and said to Tai Yan. Zhou Ru didn't look at Wang Lin, but her ears twitched. She pouted and scratched Xiao Bai's head. She said in a low voice, "Bad uncle? Bad uncle." Every time she said it, she would scratch Xiao Bai's hair. Although the 10-year-old Haizi didn't have much strength, scratching Xiao Bai's hair still hurt a little. After all, the hair on its forehead was the closest to its flesh. Although it was in pain, it didn't dare to show its might. It could only growl to vent its anger. Tai Yan nodded with a serious expression. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Benefactor, the kingdom of Rosefinch is the first kingdom of Suzaku. There are countless experts there. You must be careful when you go there." Ever since he gave up everything to follow Wang Lin 4 years ago, he changed the title of master to benefactor. Wang Lin had helped him reach the soul formation stage. In his opinion, this kindness was no less than his life. Wang Lin nodded and said, "I'll leave the pagoda here and open it completely." No one but you and Zhou Ru can enter within 50 kilometers of the pagoda. While I'm gone, you have to take good care of little Ru Air. Don't worry, benefactor. The old man will definitely protect Miss Wan. Ru Er's safety. Tai Yen immediately agreed. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and patted his bag of holding. A white light flashed out and landed on the ground with a bang, turning into the Thunder Frog. Zhou Ru's eyes immediately lit up when she saw the Thunder Frog. The tiger she was sitting on went limp and almost fell to the ground. It could clearly sense that the frog in front of it had an extremely dense demonic aura. This aura immediately made its heart jump, and it became even more afraid of the people in the valley. At this moment, even if it was asked to stand upside down, eat with chopsticks, or pat the little ancestor's back, it wouldn't dare to complain. Little Ru come here. Wang Lin squatted down and said softly. Zhou Ru pouted and ignored Wang Lin. However, after pondering for a moment, she patted the tiger's head and stuck out her tongue at Wang Lin. She said in a crisp voice, "Bad uncle, you're going out to play by yourself. You're not bringing little Ru." Wang Lin couldn't help but laugh. Over the past few years, Zhou Ru had become more and more mischievous. She was completely different from Li Muwen in the past. If it wasn't for the fact that he could clearly sense Li Muwen's nascent soul inside Zhou Ru's body, he would sometimes wonder if he was hugging someone else. Over the past few years, Zhou Ru had bullied all the slightly stronger beasts in the forest. However, she only bullied them and never hurt them. Instead, when she encountered some injured beasts, she would beg Wang Lin to treat them. Wang Lin sometimes looked at Zhou Ru and felt a bit sorry for her. In order to keep her by his side, he had made her lose the joy of playing with her companions during her childhood. She could only be friends with these beasts. Was it too selfish of him to do this? However, these thoughts only flashed through Wang Lin's mind before he put them away. He was not a selfless person. He was worried about leaving Zhou Ru in someone else's house. Only by staying with him could he guarantee that nothing would happen to her. Ru be good. Uncle will go out and come back in a few days. At that time, I will catch a bigger tiger for you. Wang Lin said with a smile. How big? Is it bigger than Little White? Zhou Ru was, after all, a child of the seven seas. When she heard this, she immediately became interested. She stopped bickering with Wang Lin and quickly asked, "Bigger than Little White?" Wang Lin nodded affirmatively. Zhou Ru tilted her head and thought for a moment. She said, "Okay, then you have to come back quickly." Wang Lin touched Zhou Ru's head and said seriously, "I will be back soon. Little Ru you have to be obedient when I am not here. You can't go more than 100 miles away, understand?" Zhou Ru nodded her head and said obediently, "Then don't forget about my big tiger." Wang Lin smiled and stood up. He glanced at Tai Yen and began to ponder. It wasn't that he didn't trust Tai Yen. After all, after so many years, he already knew this person's personality like the back of his hand. However, Zhou Ru's importance to him wasn't something that could be entrusted with just trust. Therefore, he left the Thunder Frog behind. With the Thunder Frog here, if Tai Yen did anything strange, it would definitely stop him. In reality, Wang Lin was thinking too much. With Tai Yan's temperament, after so many years of training, he had already become focused and only wanted to reach the soul formation stage. As for Wang Lin, he had given him hope, so he was greatly indebted to him. In addition, it could be said that he had watched Zhou Ru grow up. He had been protecting her since she was born. After so many years, he already had a trace of love for her. Even if Wang Lin didn't order him to, he would still protect Zhou Ru's safety. In addition, there was also the friendship of Li Muwen, who had refined pills for him many times in the past. Wang Lin sent a message to the Thunder Frog, asking it to protect Zhou Ru. The Thunder Frog's abdomen swelled up as a response. Then, it laid on the ground motionlessly and began to bask in the sun. As for the Thunder Frog, Wang Lin trusted it. Sometimes things in the world were like this. Beasts were more trustworthy than humans. Other than these, Wang Lin still had one last protection, and that was his original body. His original body was deep under the pagoda. With his original body here, all dangers could be resolved. This was what he was truly assured of. However, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want others to know that he had his original body. His true self was his true trump card. Compared to all of his Dharma treasures, it was hidden deeper and deeper. After settling these matters, Wang Lin walked out of the valley. He didn't know if what awaited him would be glory or the end of his road. However, after 500 years of cultivation, Wang Lin's heart was as firm as ever. He wouldn't be shaken by honor or disgrace. He would continue on the path of cultivation and never change. Zhou Ru raised her head and looked at Wang Lin's disappearing figure. Suddenly, she grabbed Little White's fur. Little White was intelligent and immediately ran forward. With a leap, it caught up to Wang Lin with Zhou Ru. Wang Lin turned around. Zhou Ru jumped off Little White and came to Wang Lin's side. She said softly, "Uncle, squat down." Wang Lin smiled and squatted down. He said softly, "Are you reminding Uncle not to forget about the big tiger?" Zhou Ru shook her head. She looked at Wang Lin and gently kissed his forehead. She said seriously, "Uncle, you have to come back soon. Lil Ru misses you." Wang Lin looked at Zhou Ru in a daze. After a while, he nodded and said, "Uncle will be back soon." After saying that, he took a deep breath, stood up, and walked out of the valley. Zhou Ru looked at Wang Lin's back and said softly, "Uncle is leaving. He doesn't want to play with me anymore. Little White, you have to play with me every day from now on. Do you understand?" Little White's body trembled, and it complained in its heart. It let out a low growl and replied listlessly. The corners of Zhou Ru's eyes were a little moist. Tears flowed down her cheeks and fell to the ground. In these 7 years, she and Wang Lin had never been separated. They already had a very deep relationship. The more time passed, the more she felt a warm feeling in her heart. This warmth was a kind of attachment, a kind of reluctance to part. There were many coincidences in this world. At this moment, Zhou Ru was standing at the place where Li Muwen's tear fell. She didn't know if that tear could create a land of sadness and sorrow, but now, that tear was exchanged for a land of longing and reluctance to part. Zhou Ru wiped away her tears and said to the tiger, "Little White, stand upside down." The tiger immediately let out a sad roar. 1 month before the battle between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly, a big event happened in the giant demon clan. One of the clan's ancestors absorbed the celestial jades that Qi who brought back and successfully broke through to the soul formation stage. He became the first soul transformation giant demon clan cultivator since Rosefinch. That's it. The Rosefinch chapter began. Chapter 361. The Giant Demon Clan's history was marked. From now on, the Giant Demon Clan would no longer be a rank 4 cultivation country, but a rank 5 cultivation country. The country of Rosefinch placed a lot of importance on this matter. An ascendant cultivator who didn't care about worldly matters personally received the soul transformation ancestor of the Giant Demon Clan. In truth, there have been rumors for many years that the Giant Demon Clan had a soul transformation cultivator, but no one has ever confirmed this. This speculation was very credible. After all, the junior master, Qi Hu, went to the celestial realm and brought back a large amount of celestial jade. This news was confirmed when the Giant Demon Clan's old man, who was only at the soul transformation stage, requested for the Giant Demon Clan to be promoted to a rank 5 cultivation country. The Giant Demon Clan wasn't originally from Suzaku, they came from another planet countless years ago. There was no need to doubt how powerful they were. Back then, Qi who was only at the mid-stage of soul formation, but he was able to battle against a late-stage soul formation cultivator. After reaching the soul transformation stage, the Giant Demon Clan's bloodline will change. This can be seen from the fact that the country of Rosefinch sent out an ascendant cultivator to help the giant demon clan get promoted to a rank 5 cultivation country. It has to be said that when a rank 5 cultivation country is promoted, the country of Rosefinch will only send out a late-stage soul transformation cultivator to help the giant demon clan get promoted. The giant demon clan's promotion was like a drop of ink that landed on Shimizu. At first, there wasn't much of a change, but as time passed, it caused an unknown spread. All of this had nothing to do with the current Wang Lin. After he walked out of the valley and entered the formation with Feng Yushan and company, he looked back at the valley and then slowly disappeared. The country of Rosefinch was located on the largest piece of land in Suzaku. It was called the continent of Rosefinch. There were only 4 cultivation countries on the continent of Rosefinch. Aside from Rosefinch, the other 3 were all rank 5 cultivation countries. They were the 3 strongest rank 5 cultivation countries in all of Suzaku. They were the Azure Dragon Nation, the Thousand Illusion Nation, and the Pilu Nation. In the center of the 3 countries, which occupied half of the Rosefinch continent, was the Rosefinch country. In the entire country of Rosefinch, even the mortals are a level higher than the mortals of other cultivation countries because they are people of Rosefinch. There were 3 sects in Rosefinch country. They were the Sky Jade sect, the Earth Soul sect, and the Human Path Immortal sect. Each of the 3 sects had an ascendant cultivator. Together with the only late-stage ascendant cultivator on Mount Rosefinch who had the title Rosefinch, they formed the Suzaku, the ultimate force. Of course, under these 3 sects, there were also countless cultivation clans. They attached themselves to the 3 sects, forming a dense network that provided a large number of disciples for the 3 sections. At this moment, on the altar in Rosefinch country, a thick pillar of light descended from the sky. It released a powerful spiritual pressure that spread in all directions. In the back mountain of the Sky Jade sect, Red Butterfly was sitting on a lotus leaf. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked into the distance. That was where the pillar of light was coming from. Red Butterfly's eyes became cold and she softly said, "Is he here?" On the altar, Wang Lin's figure gradually appeared. Behind him, Feng Yushan let out a sigh of relief. Since this Tsing Nyo had come, then his mission was complete. He could now go to Rosefinch Mountain to report. Aside from Wang Lin and Feng Yushan, there was another person standing on the altar. This person was wearing a purple dress, and at the bottom of the dress was a purple butterfly perched on a lily. She was wearing a blue veil that made her look both real and illusory. Her eyes were faint and gave off a sense of serenity. Her nose was tall and her lips were light red. She calmly stood there and her gaze fell on Wang Lin. After Feng Yushan saw the woman, he respectfully said, "Greetings, third senior sister." The woman gently nodded. She looked at Wang Lin and softly said, "Are you fellow cultivator Tsing Nyo?" Wang Lin looked at the woman. He wasn't moved by her beauty at all. He clasped his hands and said, "I'm Tsing Nyo. Fellow cultivator Tsing, I'm a Human Path Immortal's disciple. My name is Bai Shui." The woman smiled. Her skin was as white as snow. 2 strands of her hair were in front of her chest and the rest were tied up in a bun. She looked elegant but didn't lose any of her temperament. "Master told me to wait here and bring you over." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he looked at the woman and said, "Human Path Immortal?" Bai Shui nodded and said, "The battle between fellow cultivator Tseng and Red Butterfly is set by Rosefinch Mountain in half a month. At that time, there will be emissaries from other cultivation countries coming to Wat. Before that, I, the Human Path Immortal, will be responsible for helping fellow cultivators settle down." Wang Lin pondered a bit and nodded. Bai Shui faintly smiled and floated down from the altar. A ray of white light came from the distance. It landed under Bai Shui's feet and carried her into the air. It was a snow-white immortal crane. Wang Lin landed on the crane. The crane let out a cry, flapped its wings, and flew off into the distance. Sun Yushan enviously looked at the crane. He flew off the altar and toward Rosefinch Mountain. Bai Shui stood on the crane and occasionally looked at Wang Lin. Over the years, Tseng Niu had become very famous. Now that she saw him in person, she couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She originally thought that Tseng Niu was extremely talented, but looking at him now, he was extremely ordinary. After pondering for a long time, Bai Shui softly asked, "Fellow cultivator Tseng, how confident are you in your battle against Red Butterfly?" Wang Lin withdrew his gaze from Rosefinch Mountain and shook his head. "I'm not confident." Bai Shui was startled for a moment and then smiled. "Fellow cultivator Tseng, you don't need to be so humble." Wang Lin ignored the woman and continued to look at the ground. He memorized the terrain. The map in his hand only had a simple description of the Suzaku continent. It wasn't very detailed. Although Wang Lin secretly guessed that Rosefinch Mountain was preparing to accept him as a core disciple, he still maintained his vigilance. After pondering a bit, Rosefinch Mountain asked, "Fellow cultivator Bai Shui, what sex does Rosefinch Mountain have?" Bai Shui's voice was very pleasant to listen to. As she explained, Wang Lin gained some understanding of Rosefinch Mountain. "The little sister Red Butterfly that you fought is a disciple of the Heavenly Jade sect." With that, Bai Shui let out a sigh and looked at Tseng Niu again. She had heard from her teacher that Rosefinch Mountain had arranged for Tseng Niu to join their sect in the future. Wang Lin's eyes were calm and he didn't speak. The crane wasn't fast, but it was very stable. As it flew, it passed many mountains, and Wang Lin secretly remembered them. The country of Rosefinch was filled with spiritual energy, something no cultivation country could compare to. For example, Wang Lin had seen more than 10 spirit veins along the way. It was because of these spirit veins that the country of Rosefinch was filled with spiritual energy. While flying, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked into the distance. There was a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds. It was like a celestial mountain. The cranes the two of them were riding didn't fly toward the mountain but went around it. Although Wang Lin's expression was calm, his heart skipped a beat. Bai Shui softly said, "That is the Heavenly Jade sect. It is protected by a formation, so I can't see what's inside." Just at this moment, a red figure descended from the celestial mountain. He stood on a white cloud and looked over. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he silently stared at the red figure. It wasn't until the crane flew further and further away that the red figure disappeared from his sight. Red Butterfly stood outside the Heavenly Jade sect and watched Wang Lin slowly disappear into the distance. Her expression became even colder and her eyes became even colder. A gentle breeze blew by and landed on her right arm. Her empty sleeve fluttered in the wind, giving off a sense of killing intent. He really came. Red Butterfly turned around and disappeared into the Heavenly Jade sect. Wang Lin stood on the back of the crane. His gaze was cold as he looked at Bai Shui, who had a calm expression. This woman must have had her own reasons for choosing this path. Not long after, the crane flew into a mountain range that looked like a dragon. The crane pierced through the clouds and flew deeper into the depths of the mountain range. In the distance, a huge basin appeared before Wang Lin. The basin was very large and there were countless beautiful buildings. After the crane flew in, Bai Shui jumped off the back of the crane. Wang Lin stepped forward and walked down the stairs. After landing, Bai Shui turned around and softly said, "Fellow cultivator Tseng Niu, this isn't a human path immortal sect, but Master's residence. Master is currently cultivating. You can choose any one of the 3 rows of houses to the north. Once Master is done cultivating, he will see you." After she finished speaking, she clasped her hands toward Wang Lin before turning around and disappearing. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't casually use his divine sense in Rosefinch, or else it would cause unnecessary trouble. After listening to Bai Shui's words, he walked toward the north. Along the way, he encountered a few servants. They all had numb expressions and didn't even look at Wang Lin. Not long after, Wang Lin arrived at the north. Seeing the 3 rows of luxurious houses, he chose one and entered it. The room had everything he needed. Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the bed and began to ponder. From the moment he entered the state of Rosefinch, he had felt a sense of danger. Although this feeling was very faint, it was still there. Wang Lin knew that with his cultivation level, there were many people in the state of Rosefinch who could kill him. Any soul transformation cultivator could kill him. The state of Rosefinch's attitude toward him was a bit strange. Someone had actually come to pick him up. Presumably, Bai Shui's master would also summon him. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin closed his eyes and began to cultivate. It was dusk, and it was dark outside. There were no lights in the room. As time passed, it became even darker. In the darkness, Wang Lin suddenly felt a sense of loneliness. He looked around at the unfamiliar room, the unfamiliar sect, and the unfamiliar state of Rosefinch. He couldn't find any sense of existence. Wang Lin let out a sigh. Just as he was about to light the candle, his expression suddenly changed. He looked at the door, and a knocking sound echoed out. Knock, knock, knock. Finally, he knew the bitterness of reading 3 chapters in a row. Writing was bitter. Looking at the monthly votes, he felt a mixture of sweetness and bitterness. The last few days of 2009 had been so fulfilling. Chapter 362. Come in, Wang Lin said in a deep voice. Without making any noise, the door was pushed open, and a servant wearing a blue robe walked in. He was holding a tray with some fruits on it. After entering the room, he did not even look at Wang Lin. He placed the tray on the table and turned around to leave. Wait, Wang Lin said. The servant stopped in his tracks and turned around, looking at Wang Lin. Although the room was dark, with Wang Lin's eyes, as long as he wanted to, he could clearly see the servant's appearance. This person wasn't very old, only 13 or 14 years old. His face was white and clean, and his eyes were very handsome. Before Wang Lin could say anything, the servant opened his mouth and pointed. There was only half a tongue in his mouth. Wang Lin was stunned, but he did not say anything. The servant gave Wang Lin a friendly smile, before he turned around and left, closing the door behind him. For some reason, Wang Lin had an eerie feeling toward this immortal abode. Looking at the fruits on the tray, Wang Lin fell silent. He closed his eyes and continued to meditate. His right hand was placed on his storage bag, just in case he was in danger, so he would have enough time to react. Time gradually passed. 3 days were gone in the blink of an eye. In the past 3 days, apart from the servant, Wang Lin did not see anyone else. On the second morning, he went out for a walk, and all the servants he saw along the way had lost half of their tongues, unable to speak. Apart from that, there were many powerful forbidding auras around the place, which Wang Lin was unable to break in a short period of time. There was something strange about this place. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin decided not to explore further. He stayed in his room and meditated, allowing himself to reach his peak condition to face the battle with Red Butterfly. 10 days passed without any distractions. One day, as Wang Lin was meditating, he suddenly sensed something. His eyes snapped open, and he saw a middle-aged man sitting on a chair in the room. The man picked up a teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. Then he put the teapot down and looked at Wang Lin. This person had a dignified appearance. He didn't have a beard on his face, but he had a bit of stubble on his face. His eyes were bright, and there seemed to be misty clouds swaying within them. He sat there without saying anything, but he represented dignity. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He wasn't surprised that the person in front of him could easily enter the room without being detected. In Rosefinch, there were many people with high cultivation. Wang Lin wasn't a child who had just stepped onto the path of immortality, so he wouldn't be easily shocked. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and tapped his right index finger on the table without saying a word. Wang Lin was also silent and did not speak. The room was completely silent. This kind of silence was a bit scary. An invisible pressure slowly spread through the room as the middle-aged man tapped his index finger on the table. If Wang Lin hadn't reached the soul formation stage, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this pressure. Even if he was at the early stage of soul formation when he entered the celestial realm, it would still be difficult. But now, Wang Lin was very calm. After a long time, the middle-aged man stood up. He didn't even look at Wang Lin as he turned around and walked out of the room. From beginning to end, he didn't say a single word. After he left, Wang Lin stood up and walked to the table. There was a puddle of tea on the table, revealing 2 words. If you lose, die. Wang Lin silently pondered. He wiped his right hand on the table, and the puddle of tea disappeared. He looked at the darkness outside the window and his eyes lit up. The middle-aged man just now was definitely at the soul transformation stage. He was most likely White Snow's master. The 2 words this person left behind made it clear that if he lost to Red Butterfly, only death awaited him. Wang Lin took a deep breath, sat down, and closed his eyes to cultivate. A few days later, the day of the battle arrived. The giant altar in the country of Rosefinch was very lively. Messengers from all the cultivation countries were waiting for the battle. The country of Rosefinch had already announced the battle between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly 10 years ago. This battle attracted the attention of most cultivators. Although the 2 people fighting were only at the soul formation stage, there was a huge difference in their statuses. Red Butterfly was the genius of Shuiyu. She was the most talented person in the country of Rosefinch. She reached the late stage of soul formation within 100 years and was one of the people most likely to reach the ascendant stage. Xing Niu was a nobody, but he was able to obtain a cauldron, enter the celestial realm, and cut off one of Red Butterfly's arms. If that was it, it wouldn't attract much attention. However, when Xing Niu entered the celestial realm, he was only at the early stage of soul formation. He was able to fight against a late-stage soul formation cultivator and even cut off one of her arms. As a result, he became a legend. Now that the 2 of them were fighting again, it attracted the attention of everyone else. Red Butterfly was quietly standing on the right side of the altar. She was wearing a light blue palace dress with a dark purple pattern embroidered on the sleeves. It was very simple. Her hair was like a waterfall and was tied up with a blue ribbon. She didn't have any other accessories on her. She was very pure and refined, but she couldn't hide her delicate face. However, when the wind blew, the empty sleeves caused Red Butterfly's picturesque figure to look a bit blurry. Red Butterfly's beauty was just like her talent. She was arrogant and ruthless. There were rings of white runes floating in the air around the altar. There were many bamboo chairs on top of the rings, and there were already people sitting on them. There were men and women, young and old. They were all messengers from the cultivation countries. From a distance, although there were less than 100 people, there wasn't much difference. Although there were more than 100 people, there wasn't any noise. These people were sitting in the rings of light. In the innermost ring, there were only 4 bamboo chairs. At this moment, there were 4 people sitting on the bamboo chairs. These 4 people were all old men with white hair. At this moment, a red-crowned crane flew over from afar. A white-robed young man stood on top of it. His posture was straight and his hair was tied up by a purple ribbon. Although his appearance was ordinary, he had an indescribable temperament. Beside him stood a woman in purple. This woman's appearance wasn't inferior to Red Butterfly's. The red-crowned crane flew in the air and let out a cry. The white-robed young man leaped down and landed on the altar. He was Wang Lin. Red Butterfly lowered her head to look at the empty sleeve on her right arm. When she raised her head, there was a flash of coldness in her eyes, along with a hidden hatred. As a proud daughter of the heavens, before she met Wang Lin, she had never been defeated by anyone of the same generation. Wang Lin was the first person to defeat her, and even cut off one of her arms. If Wang Lin had defeated her fair and square, although she hated him, her hatred wouldn't be so intense. However, back then, Wang Lin had attacked her when she was at her weakest. Not only that, but he had also tried to destroy her Tao heart. After all these years, her cultivation hadn't improved at all. All of this was because of Wang Lin. Only by killing him could she recover her Tao heart. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual. He calmly stood on the altar and looked at Red Butterfly. A white-haired old man sitting on one of the bamboo chairs coldly looked at Wang Lin and Red Butterfly and said, "You're not allowed to leave." He said, "Old Man Rosefinch Mountain, Elder Gong Sun Pearl, will be the judge of this battle between you two." He formed a seal with his right hand and pointed at the air. Suddenly, a door of light appeared between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly. "Go in. That place will be your battlefield." After the old man finished speaking, he closed his eyes and didn't say another word. Red Butterfly didn't say anything else. She walked into the door of light and disappeared. Wang Lin's gaze was calm. He carefully looked at the door of light and walked in. After the two of them entered, the door of light immediately grew larger and covered the entire altar. Inside the door was a desolate mountain. From the outside, one could clearly see everything inside the door. After Wang Lin entered the door of light, he immediately sensed that this door of light was a transportation array. When he appeared, what appeared before him was a desolate mountain. The surroundings were completely silent. The sky was dark and there was an irritating aura covering the sky. Giant ancient trees grew in the surroundings. 10 feet away, there was a red patterned python that was as thick as a water bucket. Its body wriggled as it lowered its head from the trunk of the tree. It flicked its forked tongue and coldly looked at Wang Lin. "Sing Nyo!" A shout came from the sky. Wang Lin's body moved and he flew into the sky. He saw a red light rushing over at an extremely fast speed. Before the person arrived, an icy aura immediately spread out. The icy aura turned into thumb-sized particles that quickly took shape. They immediately condensed into a giant ice giant 10 feet away from Wang Lin. This giant was more than 10 feet tall. It was expressionless, but it waved its giant fist and punched at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he retreated. There was a flash of red light above the giant's head and Red Butterfly appeared. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Wang Lin. She spat out a bright light that turned into an ice rose that landed in front of Red Butterfly. She had made up her mind that she wouldn't continue fighting with Tsing-Yo. She would use the fastest speed to kill this person. As the ice giant punched out, Red Butterfly's left hand gently plucked a petal from the rose and threw it forward. The petal was like a boat in the middle of a huge wave as it floated forward. Wang Lin let out a snort. He waved his right hand and the restriction flag appeared. He waved it and a restriction aura appeared. It turned into many evil dragons that intertwined with each other to form a giant black fist that collided with the giant's fist. Bang! A heaven-shaking rumble echoed and the ancient trees below immediately shattered. Even the giant python was forced to roll on the ground. There were many bloody wounds on its body, and these wounds were caused by the shockwave. The huge impact caused the ice giant's body to immediately take a step back. Cracks appeared on his fist and pieces of ice fell from his fist like dancing ice crystals. Wang Lin's hand shook and the fist formed by the restriction spiritual energy collapsed. A powerful force entered the restriction flag and after a series of popping sounds, cracks appeared on the restriction flag. "This is a treasure that my country of Shuiyu spent 500 years creating, the ice god. Tsing-Yo, today you will without a doubt die." Red Butterfly's eyes became cold. Her jade-like hand pointed at the air, and the dancing rose petals immediately changed. "I'm writing the 3rd chapter, I'm halfway through, keep writing. Monthly votes, everyone get more monthly vote. Try to get 1,300 vote. Even if I vomit blood from my ears, I'll still write with a smile." Chapter 363. As the rose petals danced in the air, thin threads appeared. These threads wriggled and turned into a large net that flew toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He threw the restriction flag and a black screen appeared around him. At the same time, he touched his bag of holding and a celestial sword appeared in his hand. He fiercely slashed forward. The sword ray pierced through the black screen and landed on the flower petal. Bang! Cracks appeared on the flower petal, but it didn't shatter. Countless threads followed the flower petal and flew toward Wang Lin. Red Butterfly's eyes became cold. She plucked another flower petal and threw it forward. At the same time, she formed a seal with her left hand and pointed at the flower petal. The flower petal immediately became larger and flew toward Wang Lin. Red Butterfly didn't stop. She plucked another flower petal. This time, she bit her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the flower petal. Immediately, a blood rune appeared on the flower petal and turned into 9 red swords. Waves of sword rays shot out from the swords and flew toward Wang Lin. 3 flower petal. Sing yo, let's see if you'll die or not. Red Butterfly slapped the ice giant below her. The ice giant let out a roar and stepped forward. Its right hand followed the flying swords and flew toward Wang Lin. Every time he took a step, a deep crater would be left in the ground. Countless trees would be snapped, and the ground would rumble as huge cracks appeared everywhere. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. This was the most dangerous battle he had ever fought in his life. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to use the beast trap on his wrist. After all, this was the country of Rosefinch. Also, he believed that his battle with Red Butterfly would be watched by many people. If he revealed too much, it would be disadvantageous for him. Facing the sky full of red threads, Wang Lin let out a roar and the celestial sword in his hand slashed down. Rays of sword energy collided with the red threads and tore a hole in them. Wang Lin took a step and charged out from the opening. At the same time, he opened his mouth and spat out a ray of black light. The black light turned into a stamp and blocked the giant petal. The seal trembled and the flower petal wrapped around it. In just a few breaths of time, the seal disappeared and turned into a pool of black water that dripped down. Wang Lin's face was pale. Borrowing the moment the seal blocked the flower petal, he teleported 100 meters away. Just at this moment, the 9 red swords silently closed in. Their speed was as fast as lightning. Wang Lin immediately touched his bag of holding and took out 2 bells. The bells immediately collided, creating a sound wave. The 9 red swords were slowed down by the sound wave, but they immediately charged forward again. With this pause, the 2 bells shattered and wrapped around Wang Lin's body, forming armor. Wang Lin let out a roar and his body flashed again. This time, he charged at Red Butterfly. However, just as he appeared, the giant fist of the ice giant under Red Butterfly's feet arrived. This fist was several times faster than before and landed on Wang Lin's body in an instant. Wang Lin's body was immediately thrown back. At the same time, the 9 swords stabbed into him. Shortly after, the giant flower petal in the sky completely surrounded Wang Lin without leaving a single gap. Red Butterfly's eyes flashed with killing intent and she shouted, "Tsing Nyo, accept your death." She formed a hand seal with her left hand and pointed at the flower petal that surrounded Wang Lin. Popping sounds came from within. However, at this moment, a black light suddenly came out from within the flower petal. The flower petal that surrounded Wang Lin immediately trembled. Red Butterfly's expression changed as a giant sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens and earth came out from within the flower petal. The flower petal split into 2 and Wang Lin slowly walked out from within. The ribbons on his hair had already been broken. His black hair moved without any wind and his eyes were filled with a monstrous coldness. He looked at Red Butterfly as if he was looking at a dead person. The bell battle armor on his body had shattered in many places. The 9 red swords on his back had all shattered. Wang Lin's voice was deep as he slowly said, "Red Butterfly, the battle has just begun. What happened before was just a warm-up." Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin. Her left hand pointed at the rose with 6 remaining petals, and she was about to cast a spell. "Red Butterfly, what do you think this is?" Wang Lin revealed an evil smile, and something appeared in his hand. It was a stone that looked like a cocoon. There were many Dao runes flashing on it. Wang Lin knocked it with his right hand, and the runes on it immediately lit up. Red Butterfly's face suddenly turned pale, and a trace of black gas appeared between her eyebrows. She shouted, "Xing Niu, what is that?" "It's just an arm." Wang Lin's expression was calm as he hit the stone cocoon with his right hand. The stone cocoon immediately shattered and pieces of stone fell to the ground, revealing an incomparably black and withered arm. Holding the severed arm in his hand, Wang Lin looked at Red Butterfly and asked, "Red Butterfly, do you find this arm familiar?" Red Butterfly's body trembled as she stared at the arm. Then she suddenly looked at Wang Lin. The coldness in her eyes had reached its limit. "Xing Niu, you're despicable." Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he let out a loud laugh. Then, his expression darkened and he said, "I'm despicable? There was no enmity between us in the immortal dimension, and I didn't offend you. However, you tried to kill me time and time again. Up until now, I still don't know why. Could it be that you're allowed to kill me but I can't resist?" Red Butterfly's expression was gloomy. Without saying a word, she pointed at the rose, causing the 6 petals on it to scatter. Wang Lin let out a snort. Without any hesitation, he slapped his bag of holding and a black flag appeared in his hand. This was the broken restriction flag that was only one restriction away from summoning divine retribution. His left hand moved and a restriction appeared. He placed it on the restriction flag, and the restriction flag began to tremble. The restriction flag began to shine brightly. Red Butterfly's expression changed. Her jade-like hands quickly formed a seal, and she began to chant a complex incantation. Suddenly, the 6 petals flew out and turned into 6 women wearing red robe. But at this moment, a powerful force came from the restriction flag. Wang Lin's body was involuntarily pushed back. He let go of the restriction flag and let it float in the air. As for the 6 women, they all stopped and were unable to move forward. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from the sky. Then, red clouds began to gather as if the sky was collapsing. At this moment, the people watching the battle from the outside world were shocked. The 4 white-haired old men in the inner ring immediately opened their eyes. The 4 of them stared at the red clouds in the sky through the door of light without blinking. Divine retribution. Gongsun Po's eyes lit up. 6 elements returned to 1. Red Butterfly's expression greatly changed. She immediately waved her hand and the 6 red-clothed women quickly flew towards her. One by one, they entered her body. In an instant, 6 beautiful red shadows appeared behind Red Butterfly. At this moment, the sky was filled with red clouds. Wang Lin sneered and pointed at the restriction flag. The restriction flag immediately trembled and turned into a restriction gas that shot toward Red Butterfly. Just at this moment, the sky rumbled and all the red clouds gathered together. A ray of red lightning descended from the sky. Its direction was the restriction gas. Red Butterfly took a step back, but Wang Lin had been watching her. When he saw her retreat, he immediately moved. The celestial sword in his hand slashed and a ray of sword energy flew out. However, this sword energy wasn't aimed at Red Butterfly. It was aimed at the descending red lightning. Boom! After a loud explosion, the sword energy collapsed. The lightning paused for a moment before descending again. Using this pause, Wang Lin shouted, "Restriction flag, scatter." At this moment, the restriction flag trembled and even more restriction gas charged out. In the end, the restriction gas turned into dust and disappeared. However, the restriction gas that came out from the flag caught up to Red Butterfly in the blink of an eye and circled around her. Many of them entered the ice giant's body. Although they couldn't injure it, they could be used to attract the divine retribution. The ice giant immediately took a step forward. Every time it took a step, the restriction gas that entered its body would scatter. However, there was too much restriction gas, so it still charged in without fear. Red Butterfly was about to teleport away, but her expression immediately became ugly. The moment divine retribution descends, any teleportation will lose its effect. Red Butterfly, accept your death. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. At this moment, the red lightning descended. The moment the restriction gas touched the lightning, it immediately dissipated. The lightning continued to descend toward Red Butterfly. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in the blink of an eye. Red Butterfly's face was pale. She clenched her teeth, and the moment the lightning descended, the 6 figures behind her immediately flew out. Explode! One of the red figures exploded the moment it collided with the lightning. However, it couldn't stop the divine retribution from descending. Explode! Explode! Red Butterfly's voice was piercing. Boom! 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 The divine retribution lightning was like a hot knife through butter. One figure collapsed, then another. In the blink of an eye, all 6 figures collapsed. However, the power of the lightning had decreased due to the continuous explosions. Without saying a word, Red Butterfly took a step forward and immediately entered the ice giant's body. The moment her body disappeared, the divine retribution lightning landed on the ice giant's body. The ice giant suddenly raised its head and let out a painful roar. Large amounts of cracks appeared on its body, and a red line quickly entered its body. It wasn't attacking the ice giant, but it was attacking the remaining restriction gas inside its body. In addition, there was the shadow of a whip inside its body. Every time it flashed, the divine retribution lightning would weaken a bit. What a pity! Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he immediately threw the celestial sword in his hand. With a roar, he controlled the celestial sword to slash down. A thick sword aura suddenly appeared and landed on the ice giant. Soul Lasher! The ice giant opened its mouth and let out a roar. However, this roar belonged to Red Butterfly. Just at this moment, the whip inside the ice giant's body flashed violently. One of the whip flew out from the ice giant's chest and lashed at Wang Lin. Fast. Too fast. Wang Lin couldn't dodge at all. He immediately coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. However, his origin soul was pulled out of his body and thrown far away. When the sword aura landed on the ice giant's body, its body trembled and its aura weakened. A large wound the size of an arm appeared on its waist. Chapter 364. The whip was too fast, and Wang Lin didn't have any time to dodge. His origin soul was pulled out of his body and floated backward. While he was shocked, he immediately felt pain coming from all parts of his origin soul. This kind of pain was a sign that his origin soul was injured. Without any hesitation, his hands formed a seal and his origin soul was forced to stop. Then he quickly teleported forward and entered his body. Wang Lin opened his eyes. His right foot tapped the ground and his body flew out 100 feet like a meteor. His eyes were filled with shock. The giant's attack just now was too strange. What kind of whip is this? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the giant 100 feet away. Luckily, Wang Lin's sword energy had landed on the giant's waist. Adding on the power of the divine retribution threads, the giant couldn't attack while Wang Lin's origin soul was out of his body. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. The moment the sword light landed on the giant's waist, the heavenly tribulation strands inside the giant's body destroyed the last bit of restrictive energy and dissipated. The red clouds in the sky disappeared as quickly as they came. In the blink of an eye, the sky returned to its original state, as if the red clouds from before had never appeared. The giant's body trembled and all the cracks on its body fell to the ground. Its giant body had shrunk by half and was now only 15 feet tall. The wound on his waist also quickly closed, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. However, the shadow of the whip on its chest would occasionally flash with a demonic light. Without saying a word, Wang Lin turned around to escape. That whip was too strange. If he was hit by it again, his origin soul would leave his body and his body would be destroyed. Even if he won this battle, he would still lose. Red Butterfly's face appeared on the giant's forehead and she shouted, "Sing Nyo, let's see what else you can do." The ice giant that had shrunk by half was even more agile than before. With one step, the giant's body flew out of the ground and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin sped all the way. Fortunately, this battlefield was huge, and he didn't notice the end of it. He swiped his bag of holding with his right hand and immediately took out a medicinal pill. As he flew, he adjusted his breathing, completely ignoring the roaring giant chasing after him. Red Butterfly's face was filled with frost. She hated the person who had escaped to the bone. If it wasn't for the ice giant, she would have died here. This Tsing Nyo actually has a magic treasure that can attract heavenly tribulations. However, I don't believe that he has more. Otherwise, even if the ice giant has the soul lasher, it wouldn't be able to withstand 2 consecutive heavenly tribulations. Red Butterfly's gaze was gloomy, and with a thought, the whip image on the giant's chest flashed wildly in the giant's hand. "Wang Lin, die!" Red Butterfly shouted. The whip in the giant's hand immediately lashed out. It was even faster than lightning, and it arrived in an instant. Wang Lin's expression changed. Although the whip was fast, Wang Lin had been on guard the entire time. The moment the whip lashed out, he teleported and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was 50 kilometers away. Wang Lin coughed out a mouthful of blood. When he teleported, he was touched by the whip. Although it didn't pull out his origin soul, it still injured him. What a powerful whip treasure! Wang Lin took a deep breath and continued to escape. Without any hesitation, he took out a large amount of spirit herbs and used them to recover his spiritual energy. Red Butterfly's eyes flashed coldly as she controlled the giant to chase. As Red Butterfly chased, she coldly mocked, "Tsing Nyo, you are now like a stray dog. Where is your prestige from back then?" Wang Lin laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, you haven't broken the curse on that broken arm, and are only suppressing it with your spiritual energy. I'm afraid this is the reason you used your most powerful treasure right from the start." Red Butterfly's expression was gloomy, and she let out a snort. Ever since she met Wang Lin several times, she had never been able to suppress him with words. She no longer spoke and controlled the giant to swing the whip, causing ripples to appear in the air. Shortly after, Wang Lin's spiritual energy recovered. His eyes lit up and an item appeared in his hand. It was Red Butterfly's broken arm. He muttered a few words and his left hand formed a seal. He pointed at the broken arm and the entire arm released a demonic glow. Curse runes appeared on it. Wang Lin's left hand hit the broken arm and he shouted, "Explode!" A black line appeared on Red Butterfly's forehead. Her body trembled and her face became even more pale. She screamed, "Tsing Nyo, if I don't kill you, I won't be called Red Butterfly. Suppress it. I want to see how much you can suppress it. Explode, explode, explode!" Wang Lin sneered and shouted. The black line on Red Butterfly's forehead quickly spread. In the blink of an eye, Red Butterfly's beautiful face was completely pierced by the black line. "You!" Red Butterfly coughed out a mouthful of black blood. She was indeed worried about the curse on her broken arm, so she wanted to end this battle quickly. Unfortunately, her plan didn't work out. Unknowingly, the battle between the two of them was no longer going according to Red Butterfly's plan. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he shouted again, "Explode!" Immediately, the severed arm in his hand exploded with a bang. There was no longer any blood inside, so it transformed into black ash that drifted out in all directions. The explosion of the broken arm ignited the curse in Red Butterfly's body. Red Butterfly coughed out another mouthful of black blood, and her face was covered in black gas. Wang Lin's body immediately stopped, and he no longer tried to escape. Instead, he used this opportunity to take out the beast trap and turn it into a war chariot. The beast soul on the war chariot roared and stared at Wang Lin and the giant with its blood-red eyes. Wang Lin knew that he couldn't worry about exposing himself anymore. Winning was the most important thing. After the war chariot appeared, it needed time to activate. Wang Lin's body moved. He held the celestial sword in his right hand and slashed forward. The sword light poured out in a frenzy. It whistled through the air and immediately collided with the ice giant. Bang! The ice giant was pushed back several feet and a sword mark appeared on its chest. Red Butterfly's eyes were closed and she was using all her strength to suppress the curse. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he moved forward. He slashed again and the sword energy flew out. Bang! After the loud explosion, the ice giant was pushed back again. Red Butterfly struggled to open her eyes. She viciously stared at Wang Lin and chanted a spell. The ice giant's eyes lit up. It was clear that Red Butterfly had given up on controlling the ice giant and was using all her strength to suppress the black gas. The ice giant's body suddenly moved. He waved his right hand and the image of a whip appeared. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to raise his sword to block in front of him. There was a bang and Wang Lin was pushed back more than 100 feet. Although the celestial sword wasn't damaged, Wang Lin's body was hit by the powerful force and immediately coughed out blood. Just at this moment, the ice giant took one step and arrived in front of Wang Lin. It let out a roar and threw out a punch. Inside the punch was the image of a whip. Wang Lin's expression was fierce as he threw out the celestial sword. The celestial sword turned into a ray of light and charged forward. The moment the fist landed on the giant's body, the celestial sword swept across the giant's right arm. The giant let out a roar as his entire right arm was severed from his body. The sword energy was completely different from the celestial sword. After the celestial sword pierced through the ice giant's body, it landed 1,000 feet away and stabbed deeply into the ground. Wang Lin's body was covered in blood and his bones were broken. However, he laughed and said, "Red Butterfly, I cut off one of your arms, and now this trash ice giant has also lost an arm. How fitting!" Wang Lin waved his right hand and the ice giant's arm flew into his hand. There was a flash of green light and the ice giant's arm immediately shattered. A large amount of ice fell from it and the size of the ice giant was reduced by half. At this moment, the countless spikes on the war chariot released a black glow. This black glow gathered toward the beast soul, causing the beast soul to slowly grow. There was a fierce glow in its eyes. The ice giant let out a roar as it charged at the broken arm. A cold light flashed through Wang Lin's eyes. He spat out a ray of white light that wrapped around the broken arm and began to catalyze it. Cracks appeared on the broken arm once more and then it shrank once more. The ice giant's speed was extremely fast. It leaped into the air and punched out with its left fist. Boom! Wang Lin's body retreated and disappeared in a flash. Cracks appeared on the ground where he was standing. When he reappeared, Wang Lin was standing next to the celestial sword. "Break!" Wang Lin shouted. The broken arm covered in white light shattered once more. A large amount of ice fell off and it shrank once more. At this moment, the broken arm was the size of a normal person's arm. The ice giant suddenly turned around and threw out another punch. It was as fast as lightning. Wang Lin raised the celestial sword in his hand and slashed down. Just at this moment, the whip image suddenly flashed from the ice giant's chest. Wang Lin's expression changed. He used the celestial sword to block in front of him, but the whip circled around the celestial sword and landed on Wang Lin's body. Bang! Wang Lin coughed up a mouthful of blood as his body was thrown dozens of meters away. He crashed into the ground, and his origin soul was pulled out once more. The ice giant's eyes flickered. It ignored Wang Lin's origin soul and waved its fist at Wang Lin's body. War Chariot, activate. Wang Lin's origin soul's eyes flashed. After this delay, the god-slaying War Chariot's activation time was up. The soul beast on the War Chariot roared and charged out. The chains on its body had all disappeared. However, this time, it wasn't charging at the ice giant. Instead, it was trying to devour Wang Lin's origin soul. Evil creature! Wang Lin's eyes flashed. His hands formed a seal and he pointed forward. Immediately, a chain shot out from the War Chariot and locked onto the soul beast. The soul beast struggled vigorously. It roared and didn't change its direction. It clearly wanted to devour Wang Lin at all costs. At this moment, the ice giant had already arrived in front of Wang Lin's body and punched out with a sinister smile. Chapter 365. Su Li Gua! Shouted Wang Lin with his origin spirit. The celestial sword immediately let out a mournful wail. Black Qi immediately surged out and the celestial sword blocked in front of Wang Lin's body. Boom! The giant's fist smashed into the celestial sword, and the rebound force immediately forced him back several steps. However, Su Ligua let out a weak cry inside the celestial sword. The celestial sword fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. The giant's eyes lit up and it charged forward once more. At this moment, even more chains flew out from the War Chariot and tightly locked onto the soul beast, forcefully dragging it back. The soul beast let out an unwilling roar, and its anger immediately turned to the giant, and it roared as it rushed over. The giant immediately raised its head. Ignoring the attack on Wang Lin's body, it punched the incoming soul beast. Boom! 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 As they continued to exchange blows, the giant and the beast spirit began to attack. The beast spirit roared and charged forward, but every time it did, it was stopped by the giant's fists. That provoked its fury, and it opened its mouth wide, expanding to a size that swallowed the giant in a single gulp. However, the moment it swallowed the stick of incense, the whip inside the giant's body lashed out and landed on the soul beast's body. The soul beast immediately felt pain and its body shrank. Pow! Pow! The continuous whipping caused the soul beast to let out a fierce roar. Its eyes shined brightly as it desperately swallowed the soul beast. Its huge body pierced through the giant's body. The giant's body trembled, and cracks spread out across his body. Layers of ice fell off, and his body shrank once again. This time, he was only about 6 meters tall, and his right shoulder was showing signs of melting. The soul beast was about to swallow the soul beast again when Red Butterfly opened her eyes. The black gas on her face was suppressed to form a black line between her eyebrows once more. Soul Lasher. Original form. Red Butterfly's voice was urgent and contained a trace of gloominess. Immediately, a snow-white whip appeared in the giant's left hand. This whip wasn't as illusory as it had been in the past, but was solid. With a flick of the whip, it lashed out at the soul beast. Feeling the pain, the soul beast grew even more ferocious. Just as it was about to attack again, it let out a howl of grief and looked back at the War Chariot. After all, it was only a soul body, and was restricted by the War Chariot. Furthermore, Wang Lin wasn't controlling it properly, and was unable to unleash its full power. The spirit beast let out an unwilling roar as its body gradually dissipated. It turned into a black streak of light and returned to the War Chariot. Wang Lin's origin soul had long since returned to his body while the spirit beast was fighting. He had also taken some pills, and after adjusting his spiritual energy, he sent some spiritual energy into the celestial sword to help Su Ligua recover. Then he slashed down with the celestial sword. As Wang Lin's sword energy closed in, the giant let out a roar and punched out with his left fist. When the sword energy collided with the giant, he immediately retreated. When the ground cracked, he immediately escaped. Chase. Wang Lin's eyes became cold as he raised his sword and chased after the giant. Red Butterfly's expression was gloomy. Today's battle was several times more difficult than back in the celestial realm. She never thought that in just a few dozen years, this Tsing Nyo would have his current cultivation level. Thinking back in the celestial realm, when she was at her peak, when she killed this person, Tsing Nyo could only run for his life and couldn't resist at all. Even later on, it was only because Tsing Nyo had a treasure that could destroy the celestial realm that she didn't continue. However, in her heart, she never considered Wang Lin a threat. In her heart, this Tsing Nyo was not someone on the same level as her. He was a weakling, a bug, a stepping stone for the strong. She had killed many cultivators like Wang Lin in the Four-Sect Alliance. Even in Rosefinch, she maintained this mentality. This was her pride. However, this pride immediately collapsed after Wang Lin cut off one of her arms. She couldn't tolerate a weak cultivator daring to sneak attack her. Her hatred for Wang Lin had reached its peak. She was determined to kill Wang Lin and complete her Tao heart. She even took out Shui Yu's treasure, the ice god, to kill this person in one fell swoop. Her senior brother even secretly took out the heavenly jade sex treasure, the soul lasher, to please her. Red Butterfly originally didn't want to use the soul lasher. She always thought that with the ice god and her life treasure, it would be easy for her to obtain it. However, she was tempted by the soul lasher, so she didn't refuse. She was prepared to catch him off guard and win. She had heard many rumors about Tsing Nyo being hidden inside the ice god. But now, after several times, the battle between the two of them had already reached a climax. This Tsing Nyo seemed to have an endless supply of Dharma treasures, far exceeding her imagination. Especially the spirit beast just now. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the soul lasher, she would have been defeated by the spirit beast without the soul lasher. At this moment, she could only run. The ice god was extremely weak. After being injured many times, it was only 6 feet tall. Once it shrank again, it would completely collapse. She had only run like this twice in her life. The first time was when the celestial realm was weak and she was forced to run by Wang Lin. The second time was now. Being forced to run twice by a single person was like a slap to her face. She felt extremely humiliated, but at the same time, her hatred increased. Wang Lin chased closely behind her. His expression was gloomy as he looked at the escaping Red Butterfly and said, "Red Butterfly, where is your pride? As the proud daughter of Suzaku, are you going to run from a mid-stage soul formation cultivator? Tsing Nyo. If I don't kill you, I won't be called Red Butterfly. Divine Clone Transformation." Red Butterfly angrily stopped running. Even though she knew the opponent was provoking her, she was still prepared to fight. Suddenly, a change occurred. As she screamed, the rose that had lost all of its petals appeared before the giant. There were only 2 stamens left. At this moment, Red Butterfly closed her eyes without hesitation. Her origin soul split into 2 and one flew out from between her eyebrows and entered the stamen. The 2 stamens suddenly fused together to form a beautiful figure covered in red mist. After this figure appeared, it immediately revealed itself. It was a clone that looked exactly like Red Butterfly, but this clone had all 4 limbs. Red Butterfly's clone opened her eyes. Her gaze was calm. Her temperament was completely different from the original Red Butterfly on the giant's forehead. If the original Red Butterfly was cold and emotionless, then this clone was calm and elegant without any joy or sorrow. Tsing Nyo, even if I have no hope of reaching the soul transformation stage in a short period of time, I will still kill you. Red Butterfly's eyes were filled with hatred. This divine clone transformation was the opportunity she prepared for herself to reach the soul transformation stage. She used a secret technique to nourish it, making it easier for her to reach the soul transformation stage. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she wouldn't split her consciousness out of her body in advance. But now, in order to kill Wang Lin, she was willing to pay any price. There was no spiritual energy inside the clone's body. Although this clone was formed by her origin soul, it contained all of Red Butterfly's comprehension of the heavens. The emotionless domain was the accumulation of prestige inside the clone's body. Emotionless domain. Red Butterfly's original body and clone said at the same time. The clone immediately floated forward. 7 colored light shined from its body. Red Butterfly's clone softly said, using the human world to attract the emotions of the world. Using the intelligent sword to cut off all emotions, this is the emotionless domain. Attracting emotions, at this moment, the sky changed colors and a mysterious force filled the sky. 7 colored lights gathered around the clone and floated toward Wang Lin. Family! 2 of the lights shattered and turned into a man and a woman. The man's hair was white and the woman's eyes were filled with love. Love! Li Muan's figure appeared from the light. She stared at Wang Lin with endless sadness in her eyes. Hatred! Ting Huayuan tore apart the light and walked out with a grin. There were countless souls floating in his hand. The souls of the Wang family members let out painful cries. Comprehension! Sing Dania's 3 generations of descendants walked out from the ball of light and stared at Wang Lin in confusion. Dania opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Wang Lin's body slowed down and he stopped. He sat down cross-legged and pointed to his brow. His origin soul flew out and he softly said, under the reincarnation cycle, the heaven's life and death domain. Suddenly, the sky looked as if it had been torn apart by a huge hand. A huge crack tore through the sky, and a huge black and white painting of mountains and rivers spread out from within the crack. Mountains and rivers could be seen in the painting. Although they appeared calm on the surface, they were actually moving. Under the reincarnation cycle, Wang Lin's origin soul's eyes lit up. He looked at the figures before him and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. Red Butterfly's clone said, "Intellectual sword." A huge 7-colored sword shadow appeared in front of Red Butterfly's doppelganger. Slash! Wang Lin's parents died under the sword. Li Muan followed closely behind. Daniu and his son were killed by Ting Huayuan. In the end, Ting Huayuan grinned and disappeared under the attack of the sword. Heartless! Red Butterfly's avatar revealed a tired expression. She raised her right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's origin soul trembled and his eyes dimmed. However, he raised his right hand and pointed at the reincarnation cycle painting in the sky. Wang Lin softly said, "Even a heartless person can't escape the cycle of life and death. How can the feelings in this world be so easily severed? Although the sword of wisdom is long, it can't cut through the cycle of life and death." The reincarnation cycle painting immediately released 2 strands of black and white gas that intertwined to form the gray gas of reincarnation. The gray gas suddenly spread out from the painting and formed a giant finger that pressed down on Red Butterfly's clone. Red Butterfly's clone was startled. She bitterly smiled and shook her head. If I could reach the soul transformation stage, then even the life and death cycle would be filled with ruthlessness. Otherwise, this reincarnation would no longer be reincarnation. What a pity! The avatar let out a sigh and slowly disappeared from the world. Chapter 366. Red Butterfly's original body coughed out a mouthful of blood. Her origin soul was immediately injured, but the hatred in her eyes was replaced by a trace of enlightenment. Wang Lin's origin soul returned to his body. His face became even more pale. Although this battle of domains looked calm, it was actually the most dangerous. When Red Butterfly's sword landed, Wang Lin's origin soul was already injured. If it wasn't for the fact that he had reached the mid-stage of soul formation and gained a deeper understanding of his life and death domain, his origin soul would have been destroyed. Even now, his life and death domain was barely stronger than Red Butterfly's because what she said was correct. The heavenly reincarnation cycle was supposed to be emotionless. However, the difference between emotionless and emotionless was like the difference between innate and acquired. This was why Wang Lin barely won this battle of domains. Actually, for cultivators, the so-called battle of intents was actually a verification of each other's Tao. I understand now. Red Butterfly's eyes revealed a strange light as she muttered to herself. Then her gaze landed on Wang Lin. The hatred in her eyes disappeared, and she returned to the cold and emotionless expression she had when she first met Wang Lin in the celestial realm. Wang Lin's heart sank. This Red Butterfly was truly talented. She had gained some enlightenment in this battle of domains. He had to kill this woman, or else he would never have peace in the future. Wang Lin's body moved. His left hand slapped his bag of holding and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He shook it and countless restrictions flew out, forming a black spear in front of him. As the restrictions merged with the flag, popping sounds came from it. The sounds became louder and louder until it was a powerful aura. All of the restriction chi was gathered inside the spear. This spear was the greatest display of the restriction banner after reaching small completion. It was also the pinnacle of the restriction banner. With a shake of the spear, Wang Lin charged forward. He took the spear with him, and the celestial sword in his hand shot out a ray of sword energy. Boom! The giant let out a roar. He stomped on the ground and jumped into the air. He was about to throw a punch, but Wang Lin's lance was even faster. In a flash, the lance stabbed toward the Red Butterfly on the giant's forehead. The giant let out a roar and grabbed the lance with his left hand. However, the sword energy quickly followed and slashed down. Bang! The giant let out a sad roar. Its left hand pressed down, and then it involuntarily let go. The black spear entered its body, but instead of stabbing Red Butterfly, it stabbed the giant's neck. Boom! The giant's eyes dimmed and it slowly fell from the sky. Red Butterfly took a deep breath and placed her right hand on her forehead. Her body immediately flew out of the giant's body and floated in the air. Her body was extremely weak at the moment. Her natal magic treasure had been destroyed, her intent domain had been destroyed, her nascent soul had been heavily injured, and the destruction of the ice giant had made her situation even worse. Her current weakness was exactly the same as when she was in the celestial world. However, she had a vague feeling that she no longer wanted to fight. She believed that once she fully grasped this feeling, killing Xing Niu would be as easy as flipping her hand. Countless cracks appeared on the giant's body. The moment it fell to the ground, it shattered into pieces and turned into ice water. The only thing left was a snow-white whip. Red Butterfly waved her right hand and the soul lasher immediately flew out. How could Wang Lin let her succeed? This whip was something he had to obtain. His body moved and his spear turned into a ray of black light that wrapped around the soul lasher. Red Butterfly's expression changed and she shouted, "You dare! Why wouldn't I dare?" Wang Lin laughed and pulled the soul lasher back. At the same time, he slashed forward with his celestial sword to stop Red Butterfly from snatching it from him. Red Butterfly's expression was gloomy. After a bit of hesitation, she let go and dodged the sword energy. She sneered at Wang Lin. "Xing Niu, this soul lasher is sealed by the Heavenly Jade sect. Even if you take it, you won't be able to use it." The black line between Red Butterfly's eyebrows slowly disappeared as she spoke until there was no trace of it left. Although her avatar was destroyed, it would be extremely difficult for her to reach the nascent soul transformation realm, and there would be no shortcuts. She was confident that as long as she cultivated in seclusion for a few decades, she would be able to break through the soul formation realm and reach the nascent soul transformation realm with her own ability. She took a deep breath and 4 balls of light came out from her body. They stood in the east, west, south, and north corners. When the light dissipated, 4 figures were revealed. The metal spirit, wood spirit, water spirit, and fire spirit. Aside from the earth spirit, all 5 spirits had appeared. This was Red Butterfly's ultimate treasure, the foundation of her life, and the source of her talent. Holding the soul lasher, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense, and his heart sank. There was indeed a powerful seal on the whip that his divine sense couldn't penetrate. Wang Lin let out a snort and put the whip back into his bag of holding. His eyes lit up and he stared at the 4 spirits. In today's battle, Wang Lin had been seriously injured. Not only were there many wounds on his body, but his origin soul was also greatly damaged. It was a tough battle. 4 spirits. My heaven-defying bead is going to be completed today. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he thought to himself. Red Butterfly stared at Wang Lin. Her left hand formed a seal and pointed forward. She softly said, 4 spirits killing array. After she finished speaking, she immediately retreated. She no longer had the heart to fight and was ready to leave this place. Just as Wang Lin was about to chase, the 4 spirits suddenly moved. They turned into 4 shadows and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he quickly retreated. He waved the restriction flag in his hand and the restriction spear appeared again. He stabbed at the gold spirit, but the gold spirit's speed increased and it collided with the spear. Wang Lin swung the celestial sword in his right hand. The wood spirit immediately blocked the attack. At the same time, the earth spirit and water spirit closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a snort. Before he reached the soul formation stage, he had to spend a lot of effort to deal with the 5 elemental spirits. Now that he was at the mid-stage of the soul formation stage, he had already prepared how to obtain the 5 elemental spirits from Red Butterfly. At the moment, his eyes were calm as he slapped his bag of holding. Instantly, 9 wooden carvings appeared, all of which contained the domain of time. With the exception of 2, the other 7 were carved from reincarnation wood, and emanated a domain that was even more powerful than the pine tree from back in the day. Passing of time, Wang Lin softly said. Instantly, an invisible ripple spread out, causing the 4 spirits to slow down. Wang Lin's speed was very fast. In a flash, he caught the gold spirit. At the same time, his foot tapped the air and the wood spirit was immediately bound. After doing this, he ignored the other 2 spirits and chased after Red Butterfly, who was already far away. Red Butterfly's face was pale 100 feet away. She didn't think that after 3 battles, this Wang Lin would still have powerful treasures. Her heart was filled with bitterness. No matter what, she had to kill this person today. She had to use all of his treasures and use the fact that she had more spiritual energy than him to kill him. Her eyes were gloomy as she softly said, "Gold spirit, explode." The gold spirit in Wang Lin's hand trembled and a destructive force came out. Wang Lin immediately let go and teleported away. As for the wood spirit, it was still in his grasp. Boom! The explosion of the gold spirit was unstoppable. Even though Wang Lin teleported away, he was still hit by the shockwave. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood and his body immediately weakened. After being injured several times, his cultivation became unstable and dropped to the early stage of soul formation. After landing on the ground, Wang Lin immediately took out a pill from his bag of holding and swallowed it. In a flash, he appeared in front of Red Butterfly. His right hand formed a seal, pressed down, and shouted, "Red Butterfly, accept your death!" Red Butterfly's eyes lit up and she softly said, "3 spirits explode." The surrounding 3 spirits trembled and 3 destructive auras spread out. Wang Lin's expression greatly changed. Red Butterfly's eyes were cold without any color. She stared at Wang Lin and said, "If you kill me, then we'll all die together." Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he formed a seal with his hand without any hesitation. For the first time, Red Butterfly's eyes revealed a hint of panic. However, just at this moment a gentle force descended from the sky. The three spirits that were about to explode were suddenly surrounded by a layer of golden light. The self-destruction was interrupted and dissipated. A person silently appeared in front of Red Butterfly. This person was the country of Rosefinch's Gong Sun Po. He casually waved his right hand and Wang Lin's body uncontrollably retreated dozens of feet. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he silently stared at Gong Sun Po. This powerful force wasn't something he could resist. Facing Gong Sun Po, Wang Lin had no way of fighting back, not to mention that his body was heavily injured. Xingyo, you win. Go to Rosefinch Mountain and receive your orders. Someone will arrange it for you. From now on, you are a disciple of the country of Rosefinch. As for disciples from outside the country of Rosefinch can grant you one wish. After you think about it, go to Rosefinch Mountain and say it. After Gong Sun Po finished speaking, his right hand reached out and the three spirits flew over. He pinched them and placed them between Red Butterfly's eyebrows. However, the moment the wood spirit flew over, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and swung the celestial sword in his hand. The wood spirit let out a miserable groan and half of its body fell to the ground. Wang Lin grabbed it and rubbed it until it turned into a green crystal and placed it in his bag of holding. After doing all of this, he raised his head and looked at Gong Sun Po. How dare you? Seeing that you won, the old man won't pursue this matter, but your wish is cancelled. Gong Sun Po coldly looked at Wang Lin. Then he pointed at the air and the metal spirit that had just exploded condensed again. The old man grabbed it and pressed it into Red Butterfly's forehead. Red Butterfly's face turned red and she respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder." Gong Sun Po didn't give Red Butterfly a good look. He let out a cold snort, extended his right hand toward Wang Lin and said, "Hand over the soul lasher." Wang Lin stared at Gong Sun Po and silently pondered for a bit. Seeing Gong Sun Po's impatience, he let out a sigh. In the cultivation world, everything depended on one's cultivation level. He took out the soul lasher and bitterly handed it over. Gong Sun Po's right hand grabbed the soul lasher and his left hand pointed forward. Suddenly, a light door appeared. "Let's go." Gong Sun Po stepped in. Red Butterfly quickly followed. She coldly looked back at Wang Lin and softly said, "Next time, you will definitely die." At this moment, Red Butterfly didn't know that she only had 3 days left to live. A secret conspiracy began with the words of the mysterious person on Rosefinch Mountain. Chapter 367. Wang Lin stepped into the door of light. When he reappeared, there was no one left on the altar. It was as if everyone had disappeared. Looking around, he was the only one left standing on the altar. A jade slip floated in the air, emitting a gentle light. Wang Lin reached out with his right hand and grabbed the jade slip. He scanned it with his divine sense. There was a map inside, and the map was pointing to Rosefinch Mountain. He pondered for a while and then sat down cross-legged. He had been heavily injured in the battle with Red Butterfly, and his cultivation was unstable. Even if he took some pills, he wouldn't be able to recover in a short period of time. He could only make some adjustments. If he wanted to fully recover, he would need to go into seclusion to heal. After a long time, the sky darkened. Wang Lin stood up and slapped his bag of holding. The mosquito beast flew out. Wang Lin sat on it and sent out a divine sense message. He continued to meditate. The mosquito beast charged forward and slowly flew in the direction that Wang Lin had pointed out to it. The night of the Rosefinch Nation was extremely quiet. The bright moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the earth. 3 days later, a strange scene appeared in the forbidden area behind Rosefinch Mountain. Rosefinch Mountain was the holy land of the Rosefinch Nation. Rosefinch's palace was located on this mountain, and behind the mountain was the forbidden area. Without Rosefinch's permission, no one could enter. The forbidden area wasn't large, it was just a giant cave. This cave was divided into 4 layers. At this moment there were 2 deep ponds on the second layer. These 2 ponds emitted bursts of white gas. However, when this white gas floated to the top of the cave, it would undergo a completely different change. The white gas in one of the ponds immediately turned into frost at the top and spread out. The other white gas immediately turned into countless drops of red dew that disappeared into the cliff at the top. These 2 ponds, one was cold and one was flame. The cold pond was 30,000 years old ice water from the heavenly frost star. Back then, the Rosefinch nation had paid a great price to exchange for it. The flame pond was a 30,000-year-old inextinguishable flame from the blaze star. He had also paid a great price to obtain it. Around the 2 ponds, there were 99 supreme-grade spirit stones arranged in 2 different formations, emitting bursts of unimaginable spiritual energy. At this moment, a man and a woman were sitting cross-legged in the 2 ponds. Men sat in the fire pond, women sat in the cold pond. They were all wearing thin clothes and were meditating and breathing. The man's appearance was not handsome, but there was a trace of evil about him. This aura was not annoying, but instead, there was an inexplicable sense of intimacy. This woman's appearance wasn't any worse than red butterflies, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a national beauty. In addition, compared to her appearance, this woman had a charming aura that made her even more charming. If Wang Lin was here, he would definitely find this woman familiar. At this moment, an old man with a red aura floated in from outside the cave and stopped in front of the 2. This old man looked exactly like the dirty old man who gave Wang Lin the straw hat. However, their auras were completely different. It was obvious that they were not the same person. After a long time, the old man slowly said, "Qian Feng." The man inside the flame pond immediately opened his eyes, and the evil in his eyes became even stronger. After he saw the old man, his expression remained the same and he said, "Qian Feng greets the ancestor. Red Butterfly is in the secret room. Go devour her spirit energy and domain." The old man's voice was filled with age. The man's eyes lit up and he said, "Red Butterfly? But that girl from Shuiyu." When he said girl from Shuiyu, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. The old man slowly said, "It is that girl. Her heartless domain made a breakthrough during her battle with Tsing Yo and is about to reach completion for the first time. However, she hasn't fully comprehended it yet. After you devour her, her domain will have an additional heartless domain. As a result, you will have a higher chance of passing the ascendant stage." The old man searched for this girl for many years before finding her and raising her until now. The man stood up. Immediately, waves of white gas emitted from his body. He walked out of the fire pond with an evil glint in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Tsing Yo. I wonder if with his current cultivation, can he take an attack from me with my cultivation? It's a bit of a pity for Red Butterfly. I'm old and there are some things I can't bear to do. Forget it, you can go." The old man let out a sigh. The man faintly smiled and said, "Ancestor, every time you say it's a pity. The title of Rosefinch won't come from any of the outer disciples. Aside from me and my junior sister, there will be no one else." With that, his body slowly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Inside the secret room, Red Butterfly sat down to recover her cultivation. After a long time, she opened her eyes and softly said, "Tsing Yo, next time I'll definitely kill you." A gentle voice suddenly appeared inside the secret room. "I'll help you fulfill your wish." "Who?" Red Butterfly's eyes narrowed. The evil man walked out from the void. He looked at Red Butterfly and smiled. "I'm Qian Feng." With that, he casually pointed forward with his right hand. Red Butterfly's expression changed. Her left hand formed a seal, and a ray of red light spread out from her body. The man shook his head and revealed a hint of mockery. His finger didn't stop and the red light immediately collapsed. His finger pressed down between Red Butterfly's eyebrows. Red Butterfly's body trembled. She was about to struggle, but the man's finger was like a mountain that pressed down on her. She couldn't resist at all. "What are you doing?" Red Butterfly forced herself to calm down. Qian Feng's eyes were filled with an evil light. He bent down and whispered in Red Butterfly's ear, "I want your domain and 4 heavenly spirits." Red Butterfly's master had divined Red Butterfly's calamity, but unfortunately, he had divined the wrong person. The one who would bring calamity to Red Butterfly wasn't Wang Lin, but Qian Feng. Inside the forbidden cave, the old man inside the red light let out another sigh. "Unfortunately, there is only one rosefinch." The old man's gaze fell on the woman inside the cold pond and he said, "Lu Mei." The woman inside the cold pond opened her eyes and calmly looked at the old man. This woman was the Tian Dao sect's Lu Mei. The old man said, "Your 1,000 illusion body has cultivated in many countries and comprehended the heavens. One of your avatars entered the Xian Dao sect in Zhao. Do you remember a person named Wang Lin? This Wang Lin is a disciple of the Heng Yu sect in Zhao." Lu Mei's eyes revealed a pondering expression. After a long time, she nodded and softly said, "Disciple has some impression, but it's not very deep. That Tsing Niu is Wang Lin." Lu Mei's eyes didn't reveal any shock. She only quietly nodded and didn't speak. "I originally prepared the 5 elements sex Zhou Yi for you. That child's infatuation domain is very rare. If you could leave a mark on his Dao heart and change his infatuation domain to yours." Unfortunately, that person disappeared in the celestial realm. Lu Mei silently pondered. The old man looked at Lu Mei and said, "When you come out of closed-door cultivation, that Tsing Niu should be here soon. You should make contact with him, and no matter what method you use, leave your mark in his Dao heart. Use him as a cauldron to help your domain reach completion. When the cauldron shatters, his life and death domain will be yours to control. This way, you will have a higher chance of taking over the title of Vermilion Bird than Feng Heir." Lu Mei let out a sigh. She bit her lower lip and silently pondered. "You're not willing?" The old man's eyes flashed red. He didn't show any anger. Lu Mei softly said, "Disciple obeys." The old man raised his head and looked into the distance. His gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the cave and land on an old man who was eating a chicken leg in a rank 1 cultivation country. "Junior apprentice brother, out of the 4 people you chose, this Tsing Niu is the weakest. I believe you won't mind my arrangement. The old man is about to go into closed-door cultivation again. I hope the next time he comes out you will have succeeded." After a long time, the old man withdrew his gaze and disappeared from the cave in a flash of red light. Lu Mei stood up. Her thin clothes clung tightly to her body, revealing her curvaceous and beautiful figure. She let out a soft sigh and walked out of the cold pond. She waved her right hand and a white mist rose from her body. After the mist dissipated, the peerless beauty was revealed. She wore a light pink dress with a white dress on the outside, revealing her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone. Her dress was folded up like snow and the moonlight flowed down to the ground. 3 strands of black hair were tied up with a hairband, with one strand hanging in front of her chest. Her skin was as white as snow, and the faintly discernible blush on her cheeks created a kind of enchanting and delicate feeling. She was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, and also like clear and pure ice. She was Lu Mei. Compared to the past, she was even more moving and beautiful. Wang Lin, the youth with the big sword on his back at the Heng Yu sect. Yes, he was the first person with clear eyes. I didn't think that after 500 years, he would enter the eyes of the ancestor. This person is not simple. Lu Mei let out a sigh and walked out of the cave. Letting my figure appear in his Tao heart isn't difficult. But, is this the right thing to do? Lu Mei's eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, the evil-looking man named Qian Feng floated over from the distance. Behind him was Red Butterfly. However, Red Butterfly's eyes were empty. There was no vitality in her body. She was like a puppet. Lu Mei's gaze was calm as she looked at Red Butterfly, but she didn't say anything. Qian Feng landed 30 feet away from Lu Mei. He revealed a faint smile, revealing his white teeth, and gently said, "Junior sister, are you coming out of closed-door cultivation?" Lu Mei nodded and softly asked, "Senior brother Qian Feng, is the person behind you Red Butterfly?" Qian Feng smiled and said, "Red Butterfly is already dead. She is my concubine cultivation furnace. Her name will be Heartless." Lu Mei carefully looked at Red Butterfly. A trace of unwillingness appeared in her eyes as she let out a sigh and left the cave. She knew that Red Butterfly's vitality and domain had completely disappeared. She had become Qian Feng's puppet. She felt a bit of melancholy in her heart for such a fate. Over the years, Red Butterfly was the third person Qian Feng had devoured. Every time he devoured one, his cultivation would increase a lot. In order to raise the future rosefinch, the ancestor was willing to do anything. Qian Feng's eyes lit up as he stared at Lu Mei's back and softly said, "Junior sister, sooner or later, you will become my concubine. Heartless, what do you think?" Red Butterfly, who was behind him, was motionless. Her eyes were without light, as if she was only a skeleton. Chapter 368. In a rank 1 cultivation country in Suzaku, an old man who was eating a chicken leg suddenly coughed a few times and spat out the chicken in his mouth. He looked toward the direction of the country of Rosefinch with a gloomy expression and was about to leave when he slowly sat down again. His expression was extremely ugly as he muttered to himself, "Senior apprentice brother, we have fought for our entire lives. Are we going to keep fighting even when we're about to die? I lost the title of Rosefinch back then, so I'll give it to you. But don't go too far." This Wang Lin, since he was able to return from the celestial realm alive, he is the person I chose. If you destroy him, I'll destroy Qian Feng. He threw away the chicken leg in his hand and his eyes lit up. However, if this Wang Lin uses Junior Lu Mei as a cultivation furnace, what are the chances of that happening? Senior apprentice brother, I want to see if your disciple is better or if the person I chose is better. This will be interesting. Wang Lin sat on top of the mosquito beast with his eyes closed. After a long time, he opened his eyes and let out a sigh. The injuries to my body are easy to deal with, but the injuries to my origin soul are a bit troublesome. Also, in this country of Rosefinch, I always feel a sense of danger. This feeling can't be wrong. Red Butterfly's injuries should be similar to mine, but she seems to have gained some enlightenment and will definitely make a breakthrough after going into closed-door cultivation. If I can't reach the late stage of soul formation, I fear I won't be able to resist her when we meet again. Wang Lin was pondering when his expression suddenly changed. The mosquito beast stopped and looked around in confusion. Tide turn. An ancient voice suddenly rang out from the void. Immediately after, a huge formation appeared in the sky. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to put the mosquito beast away and teleport away. However, when he was 50 kilometers away, his body was bounced back with a bang. Shortly after, the formation in the sky moved and a powerful force came out. Wang Lin was terrified as his body was sucked into the sky and flew toward the formation. In the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared into the formation. The formation slowly dissipated and a white-haired old man appeared in midair. He muttered to himself, "Shuiyu, this time, you owe the old man a favor." This person was the one who sat beside Gongsun Pa that day. He was the external affairs elder of the Heavenly Jade sect. The extreme north of the Rosefinch continent was a desolate place. At this moment, a huge array diagram suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, a figure was thrown out from the array diagram and landed. Wang Lin's body was still in midair when he leaped up and looked around cautiously. Then, his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. In front of him was a middle-aged man. In front of him was a set of tables and chairs, and on top of them was a tea set. At that moment, he was sitting on a chair holding a teacup. He blew on the tea and took a sip. He raised his head and smiled. Tsing Niu, my friend, I am Li Yuanfeng, the sect leader of Shuiyu. I am here to take your life on behalf of Red Butterfly. A soul transformation old monster. Wang Lin immediately recognized the other party's cultivation level. His heart couldn't help but become even more gloomy. Without saying a word, his right hand tore open space. He was planning on tearing open space and using the star compass to escape. Facing a soul transformation old monster, Wang Lin knew that he couldn't resist. The only thing he could do was run. But immediately Wang Lin's eyes became cold. In the past, with his cultivation level, tearing open space was as easy as flipping his hand. But now, even with all his strength, he couldn't tear open space. This had nothing to do with the decrease in his cultivation level. After all, even though his cultivation level had decreased, he was still at the early stage of soul transformation. There was no way he couldn't tear open space. The middle-aged man put down the teacup and shook his head. Little guy, in order to prevent you from escaping, this place has been sealed. Without a crack in space, your star compass is as good as useless. Without saying a word, Wang Lin turned around and was about to teleport. But immediately, the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. Teleportation was useless. The star compass was useless. Teleportation was useless. The other party clearly knew him very well, so they set up a trap to not give him any chance to escape. Wang Lin took a step and quickly retreated. The middle-aged man poured another cup of tea, blew on it, and took a sip. Then he put down the teacup and stood up. He shook his head and said, I don't need to act, but once I do, I won't let my guard down just because you're at the soul formation stage. Tsing Niu, this time you're dead for sure. His body moved and he flew forward, following Wang Lin from afar. No matter how fast Wang Lin was, this person was as fast as him. He wasn't in a hurry to chase and was just playing with Wang Lin like a cat playing with a mouse. Wang Lin's heart became even more gloomy. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a piece of jade. He injected his spiritual energy into it and the jade immediately released a blue flame. Sun Tai, come quickly. Wang Lin sighed. Not long after, he suddenly stopped. There were 3 people standing before him. The 3 of them were all wearing black robes that covered their faces. The one in the middle took a step forward, and in an instant, a tremendous pressure could be felt from the heavens and earth. Another soul transformation cultivator. Wang Lin felt bitter in his heart. At this moment, the middle-aged man had already caught up. He stopped 100 feet away and smiled. Little friend Tsing Niu, there's no need to run. Today is the day you die. With that, he raised his right hand and pointed at Wang Lin. Suddenly, a whirlwind appeared before him and charged at Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated. He raised his right hand and slashed down with the celestial sword. The sword energy flashed like crazy. The whirlwind trembled and dissipated slightly. The sword energy pierced through the whirlwind and charged at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the sword energy. With a squeeze, the sword energy collapsed. The middle-aged man was a bit surprised. His entire right hand felt a bit numb. Wang Lin let out a sigh. His cultivation level had dropped, his spiritual energy was in chaos, and his origin soul was injured. He couldn't even use the celestial sword like he did when he fought Red Butterfly. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and turned around to escape again. Just at this moment, the black-robed soul transformation cultivator let out a snort. His body moved like lightning, and he caught up to Wang Lin in an instant. He gently patted Wang Lin's back. Wang Lin let out a miserable groan. He only had time to gather the remaining spiritual energy in his body and use the celestial sword to block in front of him. However, his body was still hit by a powerful force, and he was thrown back a few thousand feet. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood along with some pieces of his internal organs. Wang Lin's face was ashen and his injuries became even more severe. The black-robed old man reached out and the celestial sword flew out of Wang Lin's hand. He carefully looked at it and said, "This is a good sword. There is even a sword soul inside. Not bad." The middle-aged man faintly smiled and said, "This sword belongs to you, but the small flag that can trigger divine retribution belongs to me." The black-robed old man laughed and said, "Good, there is also the star compass. It belongs to my clan, so I'm going to take it." The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Of course." Wang Lin struggled to stand up. His legs were trembling. This wasn't his intention, but it was caused by his injuries. His expression was gloomy as he stared at the black-robed old man and said, word for word, "Giant Demon Clan." The black-robed old man took off his robe, revealing his true appearance. His hair was gray and his face was filled with wrinkles. However, his eyes were as bright as the moon. He looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Little friend Xing Niu, the old man is indeed a member of the Giant Demon Clan. Back in the Celestial Realm, you stole my clan's star compass. Today, I'm here to take it away. I hope you don't mind." Wang Lin's eyes were gloomy. His right hand trembled as he took out a pill from his bag of holding. He took a whiff of the pill before the two soul transformation old monsters and calmly said, "Two soul transformation old monsters attacked me at the same time just to take my life. I'll remember this honor." The middle-aged man faintly smiled and nodded. "There is no anchor, so this is how it should be. Even if you die, you should die with a smile. As for your treasures, the old man is very interested." With that, he pointed with his right hand again. This time a strand of spiritual energy as thick as an arm suddenly flew out from the middle-aged man's hand. It immediately arrived next to Wang Lin and charged toward him. Wang Lin's spiritual energy had recovered a bit. He waved his right hand and the restriction flag appeared in his hand. He shook the flag and restriction gas flew out, forming layers of black fog that blocked the spiritual energy. There was a series of sizzling sounds as the restriction gas dissipated one by one. In the end, the restriction gas blocked the spiritual energy. "What a good little flag. I want to carefully study it." The middle-aged man's eyes lit up. He looked at the restriction flag in Wang Lin's hand and smiled. In his eyes, this time, Xing Niu was dead for sure. There was no way two soul transformation cultivators couldn't kill a mere soul formation cultivator. Wang Lin's face became even more pale, and a trace of despair appeared in his heart. His original body couldn't come. Not to mention that he was too far away. Even if he wasn't far away, he still couldn't come. Otherwise, he would truly die today. The only way was to stall for time and wait for Sun Tai. However, the moment he waved the restriction flag, all of the spiritual energy in his body was used up. At this moment, he didn't have any spiritual energy left. The middle-aged man raised his right hand. Just as he was about to point again, a black-robed man next to the Giant Demon Clan's soul transformation cultivator stepped forward and respectfully said, "Ancestor, please allow Junior to personally kill this person to get revenge for what happened back then." The middle-aged man lowered his hand and looked at the Giant Demon Clan ancestor. The ancestor looked at the black-robed man and nodded. The black-robed man quickly turned around and took off his mask. He was Chi Hu. Chi Hu's eyes were calm as he turned into a blur and flew toward Wang Lin. "Chi Hu." Wang Lin held the restriction flag in his hand and revealed a complicated expression. Tsing Nyo, accept your death. Chi Hu roared, but a strange light flashed through his eyes. He waved his right hand and a wave of spiritual energy whistled out. When Wang Lin saw Chi Hu's gaze, his heart skipped a beat. The surging spiritual energy didn't have any offensive power. Instead, it entered Wang Lin's body. Suddenly, the spiritual energy that Wang Lin had used up was replenished. Chapter 369. At this moment, Chi Hu closed in and kicked Wang Lin's chest with his right foot. Suddenly, Wang Lin's body was thrown far away. This kick wasn't an attack at all. Instead, a surge of spiritual energy entered Wang Lin's body and became a part of him. Chi Hu's anxious voice entered Wang Lin's ears. Brother Tsing, the southeast corner is a path to survival. The middle-aged man saw through this and let out a snort. The giant demon clan ancestor's expression sank. He charged out and shouted, Chi Hu, what are you doing? Chi Hu's body flashed and he blocked the ancestor's side. His eyes were clear as he said, Ancestor, I gifted that star compass to Tsing Nyo. He didn't steal it. I Chi Hu am a man. Tsing Nyo saved my life many times in the celestial realm and considers me a friend. How could I do something so despicable? The giant demon clan ancestor was so angry that he began to laugh. He moved and was about to go around Chi Hu. Chi Hu let out a roar and the axe on his forehead began to flash. He took a step forward, clenched his teeth, and charged toward the giant demon clan ancestor. He shouted, My clan has no use for that star compass. So what if I gave it to Tsing Nyo? You took his flying sword, yet you're still not satisfied. The ancestor suddenly turned around and stared at Chi Hu. He reached out with his hand and Chi Hu immediately felt a mysterious force lock down his body. He couldn't move even half a step. If it wasn't for the fact that you have the most giant demon blood in your body, I would have killed you today, you unfilial son. Once we return, I'll punish you to go into closed-door cultivation for 100 years to endure the pain of body refinement. With that, he chased after the escaping Wang Lin. Chi Hu clenched his fists and looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to. That was the southeast corner. Brother Tsing, I tried my best. Chi Hu's expression was melancholy. He didn't think that Wang Lin would survive. The reason he offended the ancestor was so that he wouldn't regret it. I Chi Hu am an open and candid person. Tsing Nyo treats me as a friend, so I cannot do anything unjust. With Chi Hu's help, Wang Lin's spiritual energy recovered a bit. He immediately rushed away, deeply engraving Chi Hu's help in his heart. As he flew, Wang Lin placed his finger on his forehead and sighed inwardly. He had no idea what spell formation his opponent had set up, but not only was he unable to tear open spatial rifts, he couldn't teleport, and even the heaven-defying bead was blocked by a layer of resistance. This formation was very mysterious. In truth, not only could Wang Lin not teleport, even the giant demon clan ancestor who set up the formation couldn't teleport himself. The celestial sword was stolen. If I can escape from this place today, I'll definitely get it back. A trace of hatred appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. However, just at this moment, the middle-aged man from Shuiyu moved like lightning. In the blink of an eye, he caught up to Wang Lin and coldly said, You can't escape. This old man will send you to hell. This person raised his right hand and pressed down with his thumb. A powerful force came from his thumb. Before it even got close to Wang Lin, an extreme domain appeared. This domain was a fragrance. This fragrance came from the fragrance of tea. By pouring all of one's body and mind into drinking tea, one would be able to experience life with tea as their companion. Wang Lin's life and death domain immediately appeared. However, facing the domain of a soul transformation cultivator, he couldn't resist it. In an instant, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and his origin soul suffered another blow. Wang Lin's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Marks that looked like tea leaves appeared on his face. These marks flickered, and every time they flickered, Wang Lin's body would weaken a bit and his origin soul would gradually dissipate. At this moment, the giant demon clan ancestor arrived and looked down at Wang Lin. We have already wasted a lot of time. After killing this person, the old man still has important matters to attend to. Fellow cultivator Li, make your move. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he smiled. You don't want to make your move because you're afraid of Mount Rosefinch. Forget it, I was the one who started this, so I'll make my move. With that, he pointed forward and was about to end Wang Lin's life. However, right at this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded from the horizon. Following that, a huge crack was suddenly torn in the sky, and a purplish-black coffin descended from the sky. A cold snort came from the coffin. The universal demon sealing formation. If the old man didn't know where the eye of the formation is, it would have been difficult to enter. A red-robed old man was standing on top of the coffin. His eyes lit up as he stared at the three people on the ground. After seeing the giant demon clan ancestor and the middle-aged man, the old man's expression sank and he scolded. Sing Nyo, did you eat too much? How did you cause such big trouble? I say, you two old farts killed a soul formation junior. Don't you feel ashamed? Serene. The middle-aged man withdrew his right finger. His eyes lit up as he stared at the old man. This red-robed old man was the head elder of the Serene clan, Sun Tai. Sun Tai's expression was gloomy as he looked at the middle-aged man. His gaze landed on the giant demon clan ancestor, and he cursed in his heart. Although the giant demon clan ancestor was at the early stage of soul transformation, Sun Tai knew that once a member of the giant demon clan reached the soul transformation stage, their bloodline abilities would appear. Even though he was at the mid-stage of soul transformation, he didn't want to casually provoke the giant demon clan ancestor. Sun Tai said, "The old man wants to take this person away." Fellow cultivator. The middle-aged man from Shuiyu was about to speak. Sun Tai stared at the middle-aged man and shouted, "You bastard scram! A mere early-stage soul transformation cultivator that was forcefully raised has no right to talk to the old man." Sun Tai stared at him and shouted. The middle-aged man's face was green and red as he angrily stared at Sun Tai. Ever since he reached the soul transformation stage, he was like a king in Shuiyu. Even if he met other soul transformation cultivators, no one dared to speak to him like this. Sun Tai let out a cold snort and looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes were gloomy as he stared at Sun Tai. After pondering a bit, he shook his head and said, "No, this person must die, and his corpse must belong to me." The middle-aged man from Shuiyu was startled. He looked at the giant demon clan ancestor. This was the first time the giant demon clan ancestor had asked for a corpse. Sun Tai snorted and shouted, "You're not one of the Serene clan's people. What use do you have for a corpse?" The giant demon clan ancestor stared at Sun Tai and decisively said, "The old man has his own use." He indeed had a use. In truth, even if Shuiyu's sect master hadn't asked him to help set up the formation, he would have secretly killed Wang Lin. He knew that Seng Nyo's real name was Wang Lin. The star compass was only an excuse to kill Wang Lin. His real purpose was the news he got from the clan member that was sent to Zhao 500 years ago to open up a passage to the foreign battleground. The heaven-defying bead is a treasure that even the Cultivation Alliance wants. If my giant demon clan can obtain it and offer it to the Cultivation Alliance, we'll be given a rank 6 status. Then we can leave Suzaku and establish our own planet. That way, my branch of the giant demon clan will have the right to become the top clan. The heaven-defying bead was obtained by Wang Lin back then. These thoughts flashed through the giant demon clan ancestor's mind. His eyes were filled with determination. Today, he wouldn't allow Wang Lin to be taken away. Back then, the giant demon clan member that reported this matter was immediately executed by the giant demon clan ancestor. He extracted the giant demon clan member's soul and carefully searched it. After confirming that the giant demon clan member hadn't told anyone and that not many people knew about this matter, the giant demon clan ancestor was afraid of attracting attention, so he didn't kill everyone who knew about this. Instead, he prepared to secretly search for Wang Lin. However, although he had powerful spells, Wang Lin seemed to have evaporated. Suzaku was too big, so he had no way of finding him. According to the last clue the giant demon clan member had, Wang Lin had disappeared into the crack to the foreign battleground. As a result, the giant demon clan ancestor personally went to the foreign battleground and searched the crack for hundreds of years, but he didn't find anything. This matter gradually became a regret in his heart. He thought that Wang Lin had died without leaving any trace. The heaven-defying bead had disappeared once more. However, all of this changed after Tsing Nyo appeared. When Chi Hu returned, he found that there was something wrong with what he said. He used his status as the giant demon clan ancestor to force Chi Hu to tell the truth. The giant demon clan ancestor immediately became suspicious. After some investigation, he found out that Tsing Nyo's identity was Wang Lin. As a result, he was very happy. However, due to the interference of the country of Rosefinch, he couldn't act. If he attracted the attention of the country of Rosefinch, then everything would be for naught. However, he killed the messenger of Zhao from a rank 4 cultivation country that knew about this matter. When he extracted the messenger's soul, he found out that the messenger wasn't sure, so he didn't report this matter back then. This allowed him to relax and wait for an opportunity to kill Wang Lin. Coincidentally, Shui Yu's Li Yuanfeng came to find him and asked him to set up a formation to kill Tsing Nyo. The giant demon clan ancestor immediately agreed and asked for the star compass. As a result, even if the country of Rosefinch investigates, they will only be able to find Shui Yu. He will be able to take back the heaven-defying bead without anyone knowing. Even if Wang Lin dies, as long as he has a corpse, he will be able to use a secret technique to find the heaven-defying bead. Sun Tai's eyes darkened. He let out a snort and flew toward where Wang Lin was. The middle-aged man from Shui Yu quickly moved forward. He slapped his bag of holding and took out a bell to stop Sun Tai. Sun Tai shouted, "Scram!" A heaven-like power spread out from his body. The middle-aged man's expression changed, and he couldn't help but stop. "You dare?" The giant demon clan ancestor waved his right hand and a black vortex appeared and closed in on Sun Tai. Sun Tai's right hand formed a seal and pointed at the coffin. A corner of the coffin opened and a corpse flew out toward the giant demon clan ancestor. Using this opportunity, Sun Tai reached out with his left hand and grabbed Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin was extremely weak right now. His eyes were closed and his face was ashen. Without another word, Sun Tai turned around and flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he had already charged into the crack and was about to leave. The middle-aged man's expression was unsettled. He hesitated for a bit and didn't attack. How could the giant demon clan ancestor just watch someone steal the fat meat that was already in his hands? He let out a roar and crackling sounds came from his body. In an instant, his body grew to more than 100 feet tall and a giant axe appeared in his hand. He chopped down, causing the sky to rumble. A giant axe energy suddenly appeared. Sun Tai's expression changed. He already knew that the giant demon clan ancestor would be difficult to deal with. His right hand formed a seal and he pushed forward. Boom! After a loud bang, Sun Tai dashed out of the crack. Chapter 370. The giant demon clan ancestor let out a roar as he walked out of the rift and chased after Sun Tai. Rose Finch was in the northern part of the continent. He saw 2 rays of light flying by like crazy. While Sun Tai was running, his face was gloomy and he scolded, "You really think I'm afraid of you?" He suddenly turned around and sent out a seal with his right hand. He placed it on Wang Lin's forehead and threw Wang Lin into the dense forest below. The moment he landed, Wang Lin struggled to open his eyes. He sat down in the lotus position, took out a pill, and began to cultivate. He used all of his strength to resist the domain of the middle-aged man and Sun Tai's seal. He had already woken up a long time ago. He knew that Sun Tai didn't have any good intentions coming to save him, but it was better than dying here. The giant demon clan ancestor took a step forward and chased after Sun Tai. He swung the axe in his hand, and it turned into a ray of silver light. There was a thunderous rumble as the space before Sun Tai collapsed and countless cracks appeared. Sun Tai cursed and pointed at the air. 3 rays of green light flew out from his bag of holding. The 3 rays of green light turned into 3 corpses and charged at the giant demon clan ancestor. Sun Tai shouted, "Explode for me!" Bang! 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 There was an earth-shattering rumble as the 3 corpses exploded. The powerful shockwave pushed the giant demon clan ancestor back several dozen feet. Sun Tai's expression was ferocious as he charged forward. At the same time, he waved his right hand, forming a giant handprint that pressed down on the giant demon clan ancestor. The giant demon clan ancestor's expression was gloomy. He was only at the early stage of soul transformation. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a strong body and powerful abilities, he wouldn't have dared to steal from a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. However, this Wang Lin was too important to the giant demon clan, so he had to fight. The giant handprint that was heading toward him contained the power of a mid-stage soul transformation cultivator. Soul transformation cultivators no longer relied on spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. They needed celestial spiritual energy to increase their cultivation. Naturally, in the attack, there was celestial energy hidden within. When the middle-aged man from Shui Yu and the giant demon clan ancestor fought against Wang Lin, they didn't use celestial spiritual energy. After all, celestial spiritual energy couldn't be recklessly used. Once it was used up, there was no way to replenish it other than celestial jade. And immortal jades were very difficult to obtain. This was also the reason why there weren't many soul transformation cultivators. At the same time, soul transformation cultivators rarely had life and death battles with each other. Generally speaking, infant transformation cultivators would not easily use immortal chi. However, once it was used, its might would reach a terrifying level. Mobilizing celestial chi was a unique ability for cultivators at the infant transformation stage and above. It was similar to how soul formation cultivators could comprehend the intent realm. It was a qualitative change. Sun Tai's hand seal was something he had casually created, and was not some powerful divine ability or magical technique. If it didn't contain celestial chi, its power would be ordinary. But now that it contained a bit of celestial chi, its power was completely different. Even if it was just a simple fireball technique, if it contained celestial chi, it would be extremely powerful. Sun Tai's casual attack caused the giant demon clan ancestor's heart to tremble. His eyes lit up and a sliver of celestial chi entered his right hand. His expression became serious as he swung the axe to meet the hand seal. Boom! After a loud bang, the ground cracked and countless rainbow-colored lights appeared in the sky. Waves of celestial spiritual energy spread out in all directions. A huge mountain instantly collapsed under the force of the ripples and turned into dust. Only half of it was left. The ripples came quickly and dissipated quickly, so it didn't spread too far. After all, the 2 of them didn't use much celestial spiritual energy. The giant demon clan ancestor's body trembled and blood came out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was ferocious as he charged down. He ignored Sun Tai and charged toward the forest that had collapsed. Old man, mid-stage of soul transformation. I don't believe I can't kill you. After I kill you, I'll be able to sell my body for a good price. Sun Tai let out a snort and charged forward. At the same time, he pointed at the sky and squeezed out more celestial chi. He shouted, "Thunder!" With a loud rumble, a black bolt of lightning suddenly appeared in the sky and descended from the sky. Sun Tai shouted, "The old man's thunder domain is something I paid a great price to comprehend. I spent 100 years on planet Heavenly Thunder to comprehend it. You're only a giant demon clan turtle. Die for me." The giant demon clan ancestor's expression sank, and he raised his head. The thunder rumbled and his body grew another 30 feet. He was like a giant as he punched the thunder. Boom! There was another loud bang as the giant demon clan ancestor's body was covered in lightning. His face was pale and blood came out from the corner of his mouth as he stared at Sun Tai. At this moment, the middle-aged man from Shuiyu quietly teleported out. When he reappeared, he was standing before Wang Lin. He revealed a grin and pointed at Wang Lin. He was about to take this opportunity to kill Wang Lin. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a vicious gaze. He had tried to recover, but this person's T-domain had fused with Sun Tai's seal, creating an unbreakable seal. As a result, the spiritual energy in his body couldn't recover at all. Even if he ate pills, the moment they melted, they would be sucked away by the seal, so it wouldn't have any effect. Currently, the spiritual energy in his body was inferior to that of a low-level foundation establishment cultivator. It was barely equivalent to the third level of chi condensation. Furthermore, it was constantly being consumed. Once he ran out of spiritual energy, he would become a mortal without any magic power. At that time, even a mortal martial artist would be able to easily kill him. His origin soul was extremely weak and could dissipate at any moment. He couldn't even leave his body. This was the most serious injury he had suffered since he started cultivating, aside from when his body was destroyed by Ting Huayuan. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he pointed at Sun Tai. Just at this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. The middle-aged man's expression changed and he quickly retreated. Without any hesitation, he used his full speed to escape. However, the lightning seemed to have eyes and chased after him relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the lightning and the middle-aged man disappeared over the horizon. You dare to pick up leftovers right under my nose." Sun Tai sneered in the air. His hand formed a seal and he mobilized the celestial spiritual energy in his body. He was going to force the giant demon clan ancestor away and then settle down with Wang Lin. He had already decided that he would completely seal Wang Lin to prevent his origin soul from being damaged. The giant demon clan ancestor's eyes revealed a mysterious light. He stared at Sun Tai and said, "I'll take this person away and I'll return him to you in 7 days." "No," Sun Tai said without any hesitation. How could he let this person take Wang Lin away? If he did that, it would be the same as his origin soul being in the hands of this person. The giant demon clan ancestor pondered and said, "You forced me to do this. This is the first time the old man has used his bloodline ability after reaching the soul transformation stage. You take it." After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and let out a roar. The veins on his face swelled up as if he was enduring unimaginable pain. A giant vortex appeared behind him. There was a flash of black light inside the vortex. As it slowly rotated, a mysterious force spread out from inside it. Sun Tai's expression changed. Just at this moment, the giant demon clan ancestor roared, "Turn!" Immediately, the vortex behind him began to rotate at an incredible speed, and a powerful gravitational force burst out from it. However, this gravitational force did not affect the surrounding rocks or vegetation at all. It only affected Sun Tai. Sun Tai immediately felt the powerful suction force, and his body was involuntarily pulled toward the vortex. He clenched his teeth and mobilized the celestial spiritual energy inside his body without holding back. He pointed at the void, and a red coffin appeared from the void. Sun Tai slammed his palm on the coffin, causing it to shatter. The body of a boy floated out from the coffin. "Turn!" The giant demon clan ancestor shouted once more. The veins on his face swelled up and his body involuntarily trembled. His cultivation level wasn't high enough, so using his bloodline ability was very taxing on his body. He could only use it for a few minutes. The vortex began to spin like crazy. Sun Tai let out a miserable groan as his body was involuntarily pulled into the vortex. His eyes were filled with unwillingness as he shouted, "Demon child, kill him!" The boy immediately opened his eyes, revealing a demonic light. With one step, he arrived before the giant demon clan ancestor. His speed was countless times faster than teleportation. The giant demon clan ancestor watched helplessly as the boy's palm pressed down on his chest. Suddenly, a destructive force charged into his body. He coughed out a large mouthful of blood, and his origin soul was knocked out of his body along with his bag of holding. His body fell to the ground and was kicked by the boy, creating a giant hole in his chest. However, Sun Tai, who was within the vortex, had already sunk into it. He let out an unreconciled roar before gradually disappearing. The giant demon clan's bloodline ability couldn't harm anyone with the giant demon clan ancestor's current cultivation level. However, he could use this bloodline ability to send a specific person out of Suzaku and into the distant stars. When the vortex disappeared, Sun Tai disappeared without a trace. The only thing left in the sky was the boy. After pausing for a moment, he chased after the giant demon clan ancestor's origin soul. The giant demon clan ancestor didn't have time to catch Wang Lin. He let out an unwilling roar and chased after the boy. The boy was very fast and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, the two of them disappeared over the horizon. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. He struggled to stand up and walked out of the forest. As he walked, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was getting weaker and his spiritual energy was getting weaker and weaker. Li Yuanfeng's domain and Sun Tai's seal had perfectly fused together and locked him in place. The marks of the tea leaves on Wang Lin's face became stronger and stronger until they looked like they were growing on his face, forming scars. These scars were arranged in picturesque disorder, forming a strange pattern. This pattern was Sun Tai's seal. Wang Lin bitterly smiled as he struggled to walk for a long time. It was as if there was a mountain pressing down on his body, and every step was difficult. It wasn't until he left the forest that the weak spiritual energy in his body disappeared without a trace. His injuries were very serious, especially his internal organs. His origin soul was so weak that it was about to dissipate. After he left the forest, the sun in the sky flickered. When Wang Lin looked up, he felt a wave of weakness. His vision went black and he fell to the ground. Chapter 371. After the battle between Wang Lin and Red Butterfly, the name Tsing Nyo became even more famous. The treasures Tsing Nyo used were all seen by the messengers from the other cultivation countries. They all memorized them and spread the news when they returned to their respective cultivation countries. Whether it was the restriction flag, the treasured sword, or the god-slaying war chariot, they all became the topic of discussion in Suzaku. The name Tsing Nyo became known as the #1 cultivator under the soul transformation stage in Suzaku. At the same time, Rosefinch sent out a message that Red Butterfly would go into closed-door training for 100 years to comprehend her breakthrough. No one suspected anything about this. After all, Red Butterfly had gained some enlightenment during the battle, so it was only natural for her to go into closed-door training. However, after all of this slowly passed, Tsing Nyo disappeared. No one knew where he went. They only knew that Tsing Nyo disappeared without a trace on his way to Rosefinch Mountain. This matter set off a huge storm. On top of Rosefinch Mountain, the old man with the title Rosefinch came out from closed-door training. He looked toward the north of the continent of Rosefinch. 3 days ago there was the sound of celestial spiritual energy colliding. It was clearly caused by 2 soul transformation cultivators fighting with celestial spiritual energy. In addition, he also felt the bloodline of the giant demon clan. Although Rosefinch's cultivation level was high, he wasn't a god, so he knew everything ahead of time. However, with how big the country of Rosefinch was, he found out that the matter with Tsing Nyo was caused by Shui Yu and that the giant demon clan was involved. However, he couldn't find out the identity of the other soul transformation cultivator. In addition, when he spread out his divine sense, he was only able to find a trace of Wang Lin. He wasn't able to accurately find Wang Lin, which surprised him. He determined that Wang Lin must have been seriously injured, causing his origin soul to collapse. This was why he couldn't find Wang Lin. However, in his eyes, Wang Lin was only one of Lu Mei's cauldrons. He was both important and unimportant. Lu Mei, go to the north of the Rosefinch continent. Wang Lin is there. The old man left a message for Lu Mei before going into seclusion again. Shui Yu's actions had gone against his will. In the future, there will be a calamity for them. Lu Mei's figure descended from the Rosefinch mountain. She turned into a ray of light and flew toward the northern part of the Rosefinch continent. At this moment, on one of the cliffs of Rosefinch Mountain, a woman covered in red muslin stared blankly into the distance. Her eyes were empty and lifeless. At her feet, there was a bright red flower. When the mountain wind blew, the flower trembled slightly, as if it could fall at any time. However, it was full of tenacity and struggled to bloom. Qian Feng's figure appeared behind the red-veiled woman. He flicked his finger and the flower under the woman's feet immediately collapsed and turned to dust. Heartless, I know you still have a sliver of your origin soul hiding, but there won't be a second ZXN in my hands. Qian Feng's right hand patted the red-veiled woman's face, and he let out an evil smile. 1 month later, in a mountain village in the northern part of the Rosefinch continent, a young man wearing a coarse robe sat on a large rock at the entrance of the village. His face was filled with shocking scars, making him look extremely ugly. His eyes were dim. He stared into the distance with no focus in his eyes. There was only a sense of emptiness and loneliness. There were villagers coming and going at the entrance of the village. Every villager that passed by the young man revealed a look of disgust and walked around him. The young man's expression didn't change at all. He just sat there and stared into the distance in a daze. Not long after, a young girl wearing a floral top and a pair of white pants embroidered with red flowers walked over. Behind her was a dog the size of a calf. The girl was only 14 or 15 years old. Her face was white and her eyes were big. The girl stopped 3 meters away from the young man and shouted, "Ugly mute, my dad told me to call you back to eat." The young man turned around and looked at the girl. He stood up. Perhaps it was because he had been sitting for a long time, but his legs were a bit numb. When he stood up, he almost fell down, causing the girl to laugh. "Mute, hurry up. I'm hungry." The girl turned around and walked into the village. The dog beside her immediately followed and ran in front as if it was opening a path. The young man silently followed. As he looked at the surrounding houses, the emptiness in his eyes became even stronger. A middle-aged man was sitting next to a small table in a fenced courtyard. He was wearing a simple blue robe that had been washed so many times that it had turned white. There were some herbs spread out on the ground in the courtyard. The fragrance of the herbs immediately spread out when the wind blew. The girl skipped in and sat next to the man. She said, "Dad, I called Mute back." The man frowned. He stared at his daughter and shouted, "Impudent! Impudent, call me uncle!" The girl stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything. Instead, she ran into the house and helped her mother get food. The man stood up and looked at the young man. He said apologetically, "Little brother, don't mind me. I'm used to being wild. Come, let me take a look at your body and see how it is recovering." The young man nodded and sat next to the man. He stretched out his right arm. His entire right arm was extremely thin, like a bag of bones. The man put his hand on it and closed his eyes to meditate. After a while, his eyes lit up and he said, "Little brother, your injury is recovering very well. I'll give you some more medicine to nourish your body. Then you'll be fine." The young man was silent and nodded. The middle-aged man sighed when he saw the young man. He met the young man in front of him when he went to the mountains to collect herbs a month ago. At that time, the young man was on the verge of death. As a doctor, the middle-aged man carried the young man home and treated him. The young man's injury was extremely serious. His 5 internal organs were displaced and many parts of his body were damaged. The middle-aged man was not sure if he could save the young man. However, the young man's body was extremely strange. After 10 days, he actually recovered and woke up. However, after the young man woke up, he couldn't speak. He was a mute. At this moment, a woman walked out of the room and the girl followed behind her. The two of them carried some food and placed it on the table. The girl pouted and said, "Mom, I don't want to eat with a mute. He is so ugly, I can't eat him." "You." The middle-aged man stared at the girl and the woman quickly stopped him. She put some food into the girl's bowl and said, "Arya, go eat in the room." The young girl pouted and was about to speak when the young man took the bowl and stood up with trembling arms. He walked out of the courtyard and sat down on a large bluestone outside. He stared blankly at the bowl in his hand and remained silent. He was Wang Lin, who no one in the cultivation world knew where he was. He, who was once like the sun in the sky, now ended up like this. All of this was because of the giant demon clan and Shuiyu. Wang Lin's right hand trembled as he put down the bowl. He revealed a bitter smile. His origin soul collapsed 1 month ago. However, this collapse didn't disappear. Instead, it turned into fragments that remained in his body. As time passed, these fragments slowly dissipated. His physical body was severely injured. It was only thanks to the netherworld's emissary Yang Anchor that his primordial spirit had produced a trace of spiritual power to repair his physical body. However, the current him had lost all of his spiritual energy. He was now immortal, and he didn't even have the strength to pick up a bowl. Without any spells, even a mortal could knock him to the ground with one punch. What he didn't expect was that because his origin soul collapsed, his original body in Chu was affected as well. It had fallen into a deep sleep and was unable to wake up. This was bad news for Wang Lin. If his true self hadn't fallen asleep, he could have come over to pick him up. With his true self around, he could find a place with sufficient spiritual energy to do breathing exercises and recover. But now, all of that had gone down the drain. He wasn't a mute, he just didn't want to talk. The T-intent mark on his face made him look extremely ugly. Apart from the middle-aged man and his wife, no one else had shown any concern for him in the past month in the mountain village. Without spiritual energy, he couldn't open his bag of holding. He was now immortal. After a long time, Wang Lin let out a sigh and ate the rice in his bowl. In 9 years, Wan Er will meet the reincarnation cycle again. 9 years. Wang Lin swallowed the rice in his mouth and revealed a look of determination. Over the past month, he had been thinking about how to restore his cultivation. As long as he could break the seal and domain, everything would be fine. However, Wang Lin didn't know how to break it. Late at night, Wang Lin lay down in the firewood shed and gradually fell asleep. His body was extremely weak, and he didn't have any strength left. The next morning, the middle-aged man carried the medicine basket and asked a few hunters to go to the mountains to collect herbs. Wang Lin opened his eyes and sat cross-legged in the firewood shed. After a while, he sighed. There was no spiritual energy in his body, and he couldn't cultivate. Unless it was in a place with extremely dense spiritual energy and forcefully breathing in and out, it would be possible to produce a trace of might in the body. He shook his head bitterly and walked out of the firewood shed. His body was still weak. At this moment, the young girl walked out of the room. When she saw Wang Lin, she pouted and said, "Ugly mute, you've been living here for a month. When are you leaving? My house isn't a charity, I don't have so much rice for you to eat." "Arya, how many times has your father told you to call him uncle?" The young woman walked out of the room and scolded. The girl snorted with dissatisfaction and said, "Elementary scholar, follow me," she said as she walked towards the gate of the courtyard. The dog rushed out from the corner of the yard and followed the young girl while wagging its tail. The young woman's gaze swept past Wang Lin and said apologetically, "The child doesn't understand, please don't mind her. Her father went to the mountains to collect herbs and said that your body is weak and you need some nourishment. You can stay here and leave when your body has recovered." In the blink of an eye, another half a month passed. During this half a month, with the help of the middle-aged man's medicine, Wang Lin's body slowly regained some strength. Late at night, Wang Lin walked out of the firewood shed and looked at the middle-aged man's house. He memorized it and walked out of the yard. He was leaving. Chapter 372. Half a month later, Wang Lin had accumulated some dry rations. He carried them on his back and walked out of the village under the moonlight. At this moment, he suddenly remembered 500 years ago when he wasn't selected by the Hengyu sect. One night, he quietly ran away from home. The result was that 500 years had passed since he left. He let out a sigh and walked into the distance. He didn't know where he was. When he was teleported here, he didn't even have time to find out where he was. At this moment, he just wanted to find the location of a spirit vein so that he could obtain a trace of spirit energy under the nourishment of the spirit vein. From there, he could think of a way to break the domain and seal. Late at night, the cold wind blew. Wang Lin's body couldn't help but tremble. He bitterly thought about how many years it had been since he felt like a mortal. Even when he turned into a mortal, it was countless times better than now. Along the way, every time Wang Lin walked, he would be out of breath and sit down to rest. Naturally, his speed was very slow. 7 days later, he was still walking on the official road. Although he didn't have any spirit energy, his senses were still there. Along the way, he encountered a few places with spirit energy. Unfortunately, no matter how much he cultivated, he couldn't produce any. Perhaps I can only find places with dense spirit energy in the cultivation sections, Wang Lin bitterly thought. However, with his current body, how could he enter a cultivation sect? Wang Lin let out a sigh and looked up at the sky. A trace of despair appeared in his heart, but it was immediately suppressed by his determination. He took a deep breath and muttered to himself, "Shuiyu, giant demon clan, I, Wang Lin, will never give up. One day, I will return everything you have done to me 10 times, 100 times over." His eyes revealed a determined expression. He stood up and continued to walk forward. However, just at this moment, the sound of horse hooves came from behind him. This sound was especially ear-piercing in the silent night. Almost at the same time the sound of the horses' hooves echoed, many black horses quickly arrived. Sitting on the horses were burly men. Their temples were all bulging and their faces were filled with killing intent. When they passed by Wang Lin, one of the burly men with a scar on his face suddenly pulled on the reins. He looked at Wang Lin and laughed. "Haha, what an ugly brat! What a money tree!" With that, he reached out and grabbed Wang Lin's clothes, holding him in his hand. "Old Ma, what are you doing? A shout came from the front. "Boss, I caught a money tree. This brat is ugly, so I broke his leg and placed him in front of the Heaven's Might escort carriage to block the road. It's better than using my brother." The burly man with the knife scar laughed. He spurred the horse, and it immediately galloped forward. "Boss, look!" The burly man with the knife scar caught up with Wang Lin and said with a smile. Wang Lin's eyes were tightly closed. His heart was filled with anger. Not long ago, a few martial artists from the mortal world could humiliate him at will. A burly man with a strong body was sitting on the horse in front of them. He glared at Wang Lin and nodded, saying, "Okay, take him." The group of 18 horses gradually went away. At a fork 3 li away, these people pulled on the reins and stopped. They quickly spread out and covered the horses' mouths with cotton covers. They scattered and hid. These people's movements were very skillful. It was obvious that they often did this. In the blink of an eye, only the burly man with the knife scar and Wang Lin were left standing in the same place. "Little Six, take my brother's horse away." After the burly man with the knife scar finished speaking, a thin man immediately came out from the side. He led the horse and disappeared into the surrounding forest. "Kid, consider yourself unlucky." The burly man with the knife scar looked at Wang Lin and grinned. He raised his right hand and dislocated Wang Lin's chin. Then, he shouted and pointed at Wang Lin's legs and shoulders with 2 fingers. With a few cracking sounds, the bones in Wang Lin's legs and shoulders were immediately shattered. A sharp pain came. Wang Lin's forehead was covered in sweat. He stared at the burly man with the knife scar. He remembered the man's appearance in his heart. The burly man with the knife scar snorted. He took out a packet of medicinal foam and carefully poured it on Wang Lin's wound. Then, he moved and went into the forest, disappearing. Wang Lin fell to the ground. A murderous intent slowly brewed in his heart. He had never been treated like this in his life. However, his body was too weak now. Gradually, he fainted. Time passed slowly. An hour later, the sound of carriages rumbling on the ground could be heard coming closer. At that moment, the carriages suddenly came to a stop. A handsome young man came to a stop in front of Wang Lin. He lowered his head and yelled, "Chief, it's a corpse!" After saying this, he jumped off the horse and kicked Wang Lin to the side of the road. Then, he got back on the horse and returned to the group of carriages. The carriages continued to move forward. As they passed by the spot where Wang Lin had been standing, torches were lit all around them. Suddenly, loud laughter could be heard from all directions. "Heavenly Might Escort Agency, do you think I won't rob you just because you took a detour? Stay." A loud yell could be heard coming from the forest. Following this, 18 burly men with ferocious looks appeared. The moment the torches were lit, the medicinal powder on Wang Lin's body immediately melted. A colorless and odorless gas spread rapidly and covered the entire group of carriages in the blink of an eye. Fire cloud poison. A scream could be heard coming from the carriages. Following this, the leaders of the escorts immediately felt their bodies turning limp and weak. "That's right, this is the poison used by us Fire Cloud 18 heroes. Using blood to activate the poison, and fire to ignite it. None of you will be able to escape today." A massacre took place. In less than the time it took half an incense stick to burn, more than half of the people in the convoy were killed. Cries of agony could be heard. Under the light of the torches, the faces of the 18 burly men flickered, giving them a ferocious appearance as they slaughtered their targets with a single slash. "Haha, big brother, there are still 3 women. This should be enough for us to enjoy ourselves when we get back." The man with the scar chopped off a head with a single slash and grabbed a young woman from the carriage. The woman was quite attractive, but her face was pale and her eyes were filled with terror as she screamed. The man with the scar let out a laugh and touched the woman's body with his right hand. With a few chuckles, he carried the woman on his shoulder and allowed her to hit him from behind. At this moment, 2 more burly men quickly arrived and grabbed 2 women from the carriages. As they laughed, they let out a long whistle, and the horses that were hiding in the forest immediately ran over. The burly man took out a brocade box from one of the carriages. He opened it and smiled in satisfaction. "Brothers, let's go." The men quickly mounted their horses and were about to leave while the 3 women were crying. The man with the scar carried the woman on his shoulder and passed by Wang Lin. He smiled and said, "Boss, this kid is still breathing. Why don't you take him away and let him rest for a few days before using him again?" The burly man nodded and quickly rode his horse away. The man with the scar kicked Wang Lin up and was caught by another man. Everyone roared and left, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. All that was left were the corpses on the ground that gave off the smell of blood. When the sun rose in the morning, the 18 of them arrived at the foot of a mountain. There was a huge stronghold halfway up the mountain with 3 words written on it. "Fire Cloud Stronghold. The leader has returned. Open the gates." The stronghold's gates rumbled as they were opened. The 18 people immediately rushed in, and the entire stronghold immediately became lively. The man with the scar grabbed the woman in his hand and jumped off his horse. He smiled and said, "Boss, I'm going to have some fun first." With that, he immediately went into a house. Not long after, a woman's scream could be heard from inside. These burly men were clearly used to this, and they all laughed. As for the other 2 women, they were also taken away. Wang Lin was thrown into a water cage at the back of the stronghold. There was only darkness in front of him. There was no light or sound, and there was nothing under his feet. It was as if he was floating in the darkness. His body floated in the darkness, swaying helplessly. Wang Lin moved his swollen head, and a wave of pain assaulted his limbs, as if a burning flame had passed through his skin and flesh. Wang Lin opened his eyes and completely woke up. A weak scream came from afar. By the time it reached here, it was already extremely soft. However, in this quiet darkness, the echo of the scream still echoed for a long time. After losing his spiritual power and his Yuan Shen collapsed, Wang Lin's eyes could no longer see through everything like before. His surroundings were pitch black. He realized that he was trapped in a narrow space. His arms were tied up, and his whole body was suspended in the ice-cold water. The colorless water reached his neck, and it gave off a nauseating smell. The water was flowing, and from time to time, waves would rise and splash on his mouth and nose, as well as soaking the wounds on his body. Wang Lin held his breath and raised his head. He seemed to be sealed in a well. When the distant scream echoed and disappeared, the surroundings were as quiet as a tomb. A cultivator who has lost everything is worse than a mortal. Wang Lin's eyes were calm, but a trace of unwillingness and anger was deeply hidden in his eyes. Wang Lin, who could summon wind and rain in the past, was already gone. What was left was only a mortal who had lost his spiritual power, and his Yuan Shen had collapsed. He was a mortal who could not even truss a chicken. He could not even open the storage bag. At this moment, the storage bag had also disappeared. Apparently, it was taken away by those people in the martial arts world. At this moment, in the sky above the fire cloud stronghold, Lu Mei's graceful figure flashed by. She did not even look down. She had no idea that the person she was looking for was in the mountain. Wang Lin was silent, but his eyes were getting brighter and brighter. In this water cage, he immediately noticed that the spiritual power here was denser than any place he had been to since he left the village. This spiritual power did not come from the mountain, but from the water. To be continued. Chapter 373. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The place he was at was very quiet. In some ways, it was similar to a closed-door cultivation place. Wang Lin's entire body was submerged in the water. As he cultivated, traces of weak spiritual energy slowly increased in the water. However, there seemed to be a thin layer on Wang Lin's body that prevented the spiritual energy from being absorbed. Even if a sliver of spiritual energy entered his body, it would be blocked by the thin layer and pushed out. As a result, as time passed, more and more spiritual energy appeared in the water prison. Within the fire cloud stronghold, even though it was nighttime, it was still brightly lit. The sounds of people enjoying themselves could be heard, and occasionally, the screams of women could be heard. At this moment, in one of the more luxurious pavilions in the stronghold, his safety was guaranteed. The mosquito beasts' roar immediately shocked everyone in the village. One by one, they raised their weapons and rushed over from all directions. However, they had only run a few steps when they saw the huge, ferocious creature that was like a small mountain. They all sucked in a breath of cold air and their legs became weak. Some of the more timid people screamed and were scared out of their wit. Monster! The bones in Wang Lin's limbs were still hurting. His eyes became cold and he immediately saw the man with the knife scar. He pointed at the man and the mosquito beast immediately charged out. This time, it didn't use its mouth and instead used its large body to ram into the man with the knife scar. The man with the knife scar let out a miserable scream and turned into minced meat. Even the house behind him collapsed. The mosquito beast flew into the air and floated above Wang Lin. Its gloomy gaze swept across the area. The burly man was sitting in the room. In front of him was an open brocade box. Inside the box was a fist-sized luminous pearl that gave off a gentle light. The burly man picked up the luminous pearl and carefully looked at it for a while. His eyes revealed a greedy gaze and he muttered to himself, "What a big bead! I can definitely sell it for a good price." After a while, he put down the bead and closed the box. Then his gaze fell on another item on the table. It was a gray bag. The burly man picked it up. The bag was very light, as if it was weightless. The strangest thing was that this thing didn't have an opening, which surprised the big man. "What is this?" The burly man pondered for a moment, and then shouted in a low voice. He used all his strength to pull, but no matter how hard he tried, even if the veins on his face bulged, he still couldn't tear the bag. At that moment, all of the bandits put down their weapons. Their legs were trembling, and the shock on their faces was extremely intense. At that moment, a person walked out from the crowd. This person was a scholar. Although his body was trembling, he forced himself to remain calm. After walking out, he bowed deeply and said with a trembling voice, "Celestial, please calm down, we didn't know your identity before, we really didn't know." Wang Lin stared at this person and asked in a deep voice, "What country is this?" The scholar hurriedly said, "This is the northern part of Pilu State." Pilu. This is the northern part of the Rosefinch continent. Wang Lin pondered for a moment and said, "Dig open the dungeon here and let the water flow out. How many days do you need?" The scholar immediately said with a trembling voice, 3 days. "No, 1 day can be done." Wang Lin nodded and said, "Let's begin." He didn't say, "This. Could this be heavenly worm silk?" "That's right, it must be, or else why can't I tear it open?" Legend has it that heavenly worm silk is most afraid of fire. I'll use fire to burn it and see." The burly man's eyes flashed, and he picked up the candlestick at the side and placed the bag on it. After a long time, there was no change in the bag. The burly man was startled. He didn't even feel any heat on the bag. What is this thing?" The burly man took out a long knife. He had spent a large amount of silver to have a craftsman forge it. It was extremely sharp and could cut a hair. At this moment, the long knife in his hand slashed down and landed on the bag. After lifting it up, he looked at the bag and immediately revealed a shocked expression. He picked up the bag and looked at it carefully for a long time before laughing out loud. "Treasure, this is a treasure. If I put this thing on my chest, it will definitely save my life at a crucial moment. I didn't expect that ugly brat to have such a treasure on him. Unfortunately, there was only one. If there was more, I could think of a way to link them together and make a piece of clothing. That way, I wouldn't let the mosquito beast take action and would let it protect me." The scholar heaved a sigh of relief and quickly turned around and shouted, "Everyone, come and get to work. Dig this place open." The people of the village all moved, but at this moment they were all extremely afraid. Their bodies trembled and they couldn't exert any strength, especially the 16 people who had brought back Wang Lin. They were almost scared out of their wits. Wang Lin closed his eyes and quietly breathed in and out. The mosquito beast circled in the air and landed next to Wang Lin. Its eyes revealed a fierce light as it swept across the people. The people of the Fire Cloud village all began to move. In the end, they used almost all of their strength to dig open the dungeon. A large amount of dirty water flowed out, but what was strange was that at the beginning, the water was dirty, but the more it flowed, the clearer it became. There was even a trace of fragrance coming out. After a day, the water flow gradually became smaller. The people of the village all stopped and looked at Wang Lin in fear. Wang Lin ignored them. With the help of the mosquito beast, he did it. He carefully put the bag close to his chest. Then his eyes lit up and he thought, "I wonder where that ugly brat got such a treasure. I need to go ask him." Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He went straight to the dungeon behind the village. Along the way, when the people saw this person, they immediately showed a flattering expression. The big man quickly passed by and soon arrived at the dungeon. There, two people were chatting. When they saw the big man, they immediately stood up and quickly said, "Greetings, boss." The big man snorted and said, "Where did you throw the ugly brat that you brought back?" One of the people immediately said, "In the northern room." "Open it," the big man said. The person immediately ran to the side and stopped in front of an iron net. He lifted the iron net and said with a smile, "Big dang." His body sank into the dungeon from before. At this moment, the White Spoon dungeon looked like a deep pool. Sitting inside, Wang Lin closed his eyes and quietly meditated. The mosquito beast was still guarding the side. Anyone who dared to go forward would pay with their life. After waiting for a long time, Wang Lin didn't give any orders. The scholar hesitated and took a few steps back. Seeing that the mosquito beast didn't react, he let out a sigh of relief and quickly took a few more steps back. The other people of the village followed suit. Soon, there was no one left. Just as the people of the village were about to escape, Wang Lin's voice came from the deep pool. "No one is allowed to go out." The scholar cried bitterly in his heart and quickly responded respectfully. Just like this, the Fire Cloud village became unprecedentedly quiet. There was almost no sound at all, as if it was a dead prison. Before he could finish, his body suddenly trembled, and he fell down. A splash could be heard coming from within the iron net. Then, a young man with countless scars on his face floated out from within the net. The young man's eyes were filled with coldness and monstrous anger. The big man was startled. He stared at the person floating out and immediately reacted. His body trembled and he turned to run. However, he had only taken 2 steps before an invisible hand grabbed him. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before he turned into a pile of flesh and blood. The bag in front of his chest immediately flew up and landed in the young man's hand. This young man was Wang Lin. Under his full strength, the spiritual energy in the water prison had finally broken through a gap, allowing his body to have a sliver of spiritual energy. However, this strand of spiritual power was too little. After he flew out of the dungeon and killed 2 people, his spiritual power was almost gone. During this period of time, the travelers and escort companies in the vicinity were all astonished. The 18 heroes of Flaming Cloud, who used to run amok in this area, had actually disappeared for 2 months in a row. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes in the deep pool. His physical injuries had completely recovered, but his intent and seal hadn't weakened at all. In 2 months, I've only recovered to around the second level of chi condensation. The seal and intent are too overbearing. I need to find a place with more spiritual energy. It's a pity that my origin soul has collapsed and it's hard for it to stay in my body. I can't take out the heaven-defying bead. Otherwise, with the heaven-defying bead's spiritual energy, I would be able to recover a lot. However, I have top-quality spirit stones, so I won't be lacking spiritual energy for a while. The most important thing now is to recover my origin soul and then take out the bead. However, this place isn't a spirit vein, but there is spiritual energy in the water. It's a bit strange. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. His body moved and he poured the remaining spiritual energy into his bag of holding. Mosquito beast. Suddenly, the bag of holding shined with a green light and a black light flew out. With a bang, it turned into a mosquito beast the size of a small mountain. The eyes of one of the minions on the side were filled with terror. His body trembled and the smell of urine wafted out. His pants immediately became wet and he fainted from fright. After the mosquito beast appeared, it let out a roar that echoed throughout the entire village. All the other sounds disappeared, leaving behind only the angry roar of the mosquito beast. It was connected to Wang Lin, so when it saw Wang Lin's weak appearance, it became angry. Without waiting for Wang Lin's order, it pointed at the minions on the ground. Their bodies trembled and in the blink of an eye, they turned into bones. After releasing the mosquito beast, Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. He had used up all the spiritual energy in his body, but as long as the mosquito beast was beside him, he would sink deeper. Before, when he was cultivating, he was only floating and not completely sinking. Now that his cultivation had recovered, he decided to find out what was going on. However, Wang Lin knew that his cultivation was too weak. He decided that if there was any danger, he would immediately summon the mosquito beast. Soon, he sank to the bottom of the pool. The water was clear and he could see the bottom of the pool. Although the water was clear, the ground was dark and filled with a thick layer of mud. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.